expecting more from more bold moves by new CEO. There's definitely more deep cost savings measure needed by the bank. So I think we're gonna expect they reporting 3Q results next week. We don't know how much they're gonna disclose over there. Maybe more will be disclosed during the 4Q result, but. As long as we don't have much details, nothing to work on, it's very difficult to gauge what is the direction of travel. So for ROT and HSBC and where they want to go to, we do have our focus at the on HSBC. We talk about where they can cut costs, how they can boost productivity with better Asia flows, but we expect as well management to come with solid plan to deliver on those metrics.
Tomasz, let's zoom out a little bit on your European bank coverage. We've had the U.S., some of the big U.S. banks report some pretty solid numbers, mostly on the capital market side. What are you expecting from the European banks this earnings season?
Yeah, well, so definitely, the focus will be on declining interest rates and the impact on NII, because European banks have been running on this high interest rates for quite a long time, and now the expectations the interest rate will go down, so there's some revenue pressure coming. But if you look at geographically, it's very interesting to look at Europe from perspective of UK banks and Euro banks. Right? UK banks are very well positioned to declining interest rates because of the hedges. The revenue forecast is for 4 to 6% through 2026, which is much higher than other European banks. So there are some banks which are exposed positively, let's put it this way, to declining interest rates, which can be against common sense. But yes, there are UK banks because of hedges. European banks, they struggle more with the NII revenue generation. Then when you look at low base of investment bank revenues for Barclays and the others, that can be maybe a positive surprise over there as well. So in general, I think we're gonna expect more comments on outlook for 2025 and how revenue will travel next year. Because rates are going to cut more aggressively, and that will be determining the performance of the share prices.
Tomasz, great stuff as always. Appreciate it. Tomasz Netzel, he's a senior European banks analyst for Bloomberg Intelligence. He is based in London. HSBC is in the news today, kicking off a restructuring, trying to get that cost structure more in line with what they expect to be a tighter revenue environment with interest rates coming down. New CFO, the first female CFO in the bank's history. How cool is that? So some news over there at HSBC. This is Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Intelligence with Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney.
The real outperformance has been the U.S. corporate high yield.
Are the companies lean enough? Have they trimmed all the fat?
The semiconductor business is a really cyclical business.
Breaking market headlines and corporate news from across the globe.
Do investors like the M&A that we've seen?
These are two big-time blue-chip companies.
The window between the peak and cut changing super fast.
Bloomberg Intelligence with Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, coming up in this hour, we're going to get the latest on what's moving markets here with Norma Linda. She's in our studio. Jill Castiglia is going to join us. She's the president and CEO of Citizens Bank of Edmond. Get her thoughts on the banking sector with interest rates coming down. David Welch, Bloomberg Detroit bureau chief. He's going to give us the latest on those solid GM earnings. And then at the bottom of the hour, SEC Chairman Gary Gensler speaks with Bloomberg Technology hosts Ed Ludlow and Caroline Hyde from the Bloomberg Government Regulatory Forum. We're going to bring you that as well. So a lot coming up in this hour. Let's kick it off in style. Bloomberg Business Flash, Mr. John Tucker.
All right, Paul, the S&P 500 on track for its first back-to-back loss in a month. GE Aerospace, that's the new name for it, GE, one of the heaviest weights in the stock market, reporting stronger profit for the latest quarter than analysts expected, but the revenue did fall short of forecasts. And right now, GE shares down 8.5%. Philip Morris, best performing stock right now in the index, up close to 8%. They forecast higher than expected profits this year, citing soaring demand for the, I think it's pronounced Zyn, nicotine pouches in the U.S. I'm guessing. Zyn, Z-Y-N. Meantime, Seema Shah over at Principal Asset Management says several possible scenarios could be playing out for the markets.
We're expecting Fed cuts to come through. I know there's a lot of concerns that it may not, but we are expecting that Fed cut to come through. But the vulnerabilities are there. And especially when you're coming up to a US election, there's a lot of event risk. which means that either you're going to have quite contained returns, or there are vulnerabilities which certainly could trigger a bit of a correction.
Right now, the S&P 500, 15 points lower, down 0.25%, 58.38 on the index. The Dow Jones Industrial Average down 104 points. NASDAQ 100, 20 points lower. Two-year yields unchanged, 4.03%. The 10-year right around 4.19%, also unchanged for now. Strategists at Goldman warning that stocks may deliver a paltry 3% a year returns in the coming years. But over at J.P. Morgan Chase, pushing back against that a little, they're anticipating that U.S. large-cap equities will return an annualized 6.7% over the next 10 to 15 years. And we check the markets for you all day long, right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker, and that is your Bloomberg Business Flash. Molly and Paul.
All right, John Tucker, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Molly Smith, she's sitting in for Alex Steele. I'm Paul Sweeney. We're live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio. We're streaming live on YouTube as well, so check us out there on that intraweb thing. As John was just reporting, kind of not much happening at the index level. Let's look under the hood and see what's happening in the stock market. We do that with Nora Melinda. She covers all the equity markets for Bloomberg News. Nora, what are you looking at?
Well, there's quite a few things going on this morning. I'm looking at GE Aerospace, that's ticker GE. We're seeing shares plunging for its worst day since April of 2022. We're seeing shares down as much as 9.5%. Now, this is after sales fell short of Wall Street's expectations for the previous quarter. This has pushed down enthusiasm for its improved profit outlook. It's really grappling with a lot of supply chain limitations, and that's all weighing on delivery. So not what you want to hear as an investor, but the CEO does say that the focus is on raising output of plane engines.
Isn't it mostly within GE Aerospace that's like the main problem here?
Seems to be the case here.
I thought we liked that business.
I thought we did too.
All right.
Not today, apparently.
I'll ask Karen Ubelhart. She's been covering GE for like decades. Verizon, VZ. I am a Verizon Wireless, and I'm a happy customer. I've been a Verizon Wireless customer forever.
See, I'm grandfathered in. That's the only reason that I'm sticking with Verizon. I felt like
sponging off your parents?
Of course.
Okay.
On the family
always,
plan.
until they kick me out on my last day. But I mean, they have really good family plans, I will say.
Okay.
But I mean, I'm keeping an eye today because shares are lower, and this is after the third quarter revenue for the company missed expectations. They're citing hardware sales that slumped. That includes mobile phones. It seems as though people aren't really upgrading their phones at the same rate as which they were before. Have you guys upgraded your phones anytime recently?
Boom.
You just did
16 Pro.
How can I forget?
Upgraded the
And
hardware.
I'll tell you, the Verizon people in Seagirt, New Jersey, awesome to work. They walked in there, 20 minutes later, they took care of everything, walked right out.
Look at that.
Wow.
Service.
Where were you before? That was the 16. This is the 16.
I was at the 11. I was way.
Whoa, you were
No,
behind.
it almost flipped, like Tucker's phone.
In the old ages.
So you now have like what, 3 camera lenses there to
Yeah, I
take
don't know.
pictures of
Yeah.
sheep?
Again, I was in Ireland for 8 days. I took 3 pictures.
I'm proud of you.
Yeah. So,
And last one, Abercrombie. Man, what a story.
This is a really interesting story here. Now, we're watching this company because the former CEO, Mike Jeffries, was charged with federal sex trafficking crimes. Now, he actually headed the company from 1992 to 2014, so quite a while there. He's been sued over allegations that he forced models to take drugs and engage in sexual acts with him and others in exchange for getting featured in the company's provocative fashion catalogs. Lots going on here, but he is one of 3 people who have been charged in a case that remains under seal.
great stuff there. Appreciate that. Nora Melinda, she does all the equity stuff for Bloomberg News, joining us in studio. Let's talk about the banking business. I want to talk about the regional banking business.
Oh, yeah, the heart of the country. This is what I want to know about.
We heard from Jamie Dimon and Brian Moynihan last week, and yada, 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 capital markets crushing it. Let's talk about real banking, regional banking. Joe Castilla joins us, president and CEO of Citizens Bank of Edmond. That would be Edmond, Oklahoma, right?
Correct.
Now, which is basically, so I Google Maps Edmond, Oklahoma, because I have no idea where that is. It's basically Oklahoma City. So you're right there in OK City. So there's a lot of stuff going on there. The National Cowboy and Western Heritage Museum. That would be my first stop.
I mean, I would think going to an Oklahoma football game now.
Oklahoma.
That would be
a little bit.
Yeah, struggling a little bit. Jill, thanks so much for joining us here. Talk to us about your bank. Who is your customer for your bank?
Yeah, so I get the privilege of being a CEO of a one-location, 124-year-old community bank located in suburban Oklahoma City. And we're located on the same intersection that we've been since 1901.
Wow,
so,
that's history.
Very tried and true, very traditional community bank. The name is Citizens, been Citizens since 1901, literally citizens pulling their money together, kind of first like crowdsourcing, and then loaning money out to the rest of the community. But our board, about in 2008, 2009, the bank went through a turnaround, and after that point decided we want to be here for another 100 years. And so it's a very technologically forward bank. So we just launched a digital military bank. So we have a large military group that's part of our customer base, but it's primarily just a traditional community bank where the geographic center.
And the military's all through your family, right?
Yeah, so I was enlisted. My husband retired Army, son's Army, daughter's Navy.
Well, not just Army, Navy, West Point, and Naval Academy.
That's right. Wow, you did your research.
Yeah. So for a bank like yours, I mean, I need a checking account, I need a savings account. Do you guys also do like a mortgage and
we do
business loans and all that type of thing?
It is whenever people say like you should have a niche market and that's the way to be successful, we're the antithesis to that. So we do everything. So
one-stop shop for everything.
It is everything. So and I literally will work with a small business prospective owner for 3 years to help them get bankable so they can achieve their dream, help families buy their first home, get that first checking account or savings account for a youngster. So I mean, it's really being part of someone's life. And even like when in this environment with the interest rates changing, if there's any kind of difficulty with the business, we're just walking along the entire way. As someone gets a loan, it's not just ending in with that transaction, it's really a relationship over time.
What are your clients coming to you for? Like whether it's an individual or a business, like I'm sure they must hear, oh, rates are going down, but inflation and whatever, and they're probably all like, they have a lot of questions for you, I'm sure. So what are they coming to you for most these days?
Yeah, so we talk really more holistically about the whole business. So it may be that their costs are going up, and how do I, achieve some scale, or how do I partner to be able to get input costs lower? What are some different labor options? Some of them have left their businesses where they've hired employees now to run it, to start off a family-owned business. Well, now they're having to move back in the business because they can't afford the labor costs associated with it. So it's really talking about it all holistically, and how do we help them be a competitive advantage for them to be able to manage their business the best way possible. And if that means that it's a loan that we can provide, or if it's investing in some type of money market or other asset, then we're helping them make those decisions.
When Molly and I hear from the big banks when they report their earnings, one of the things they say they're spending money is in technology. But for a bank of your size, how does technology? Do you guys have to play in that game too and have all the apps and do all that kind of stuff? There is
no customer's not going to say I'm not going to have the same quality of banking services at your bank that I can have somewhere else at a Chase. So we have to provide the same level of technology, and even better, we invent technology. We have a patent on a small business, remote small business kind of ATM, and their little bank invented. And I would challenge you, if you open your account at Citizens Bank of Edmond, I bet that you would have a better experience doing that than you would at a large institution. For no cost, you can sit there and have your checking account, monitor your credit score, not have a lot of fees, and then be able to call me or text me 24/7, the bank CEO, to say, hey, I have a question about this.
Wow, that's on speed dial.
Yeah, imagine having
maybe
that kind
Jamie
of
would do
access.
that, I'm not sure.
I think you're probably much more accessible than he is probably to your customers.
And I sit in the lobby, so you're able to see if there's any anxiety or if there's any concerns, and so you're really accountable and transparent with your customers so that you can really help your community grow.
It was so interesting when you were just saying, I assume this is about small businesses talking about still grappling with labor costs, because I feel like that's something that anecdotally and in the data, we see a lot of that has subsided from really the peak times of, maybe 2-3 years ago. But you're saying this is still really a prevalent issue in your community? For sure.
Labor availability, I think Oklahoma City, we have 37 months that consistently get below 4% unemployment. And if we hit one more month, it's a record long period of time of low unemployment. And so labor availability is really scarce. And so then you see, again, like people recruiting their sons and daughters to be working in their food truck where they could previously be able to hire someone to do that.
So talk to us about the economy in Greater Oklahoma City. What is the basis? Is it still energy, or have you diversified? What is the economy in Oklahoma City?
It's quite diverse, and so you have to come and visit Oklahoma City. Let me give you the grand tour. But a large amount. We have military bases there, large federal government presence, still energy, some agriculture. But it's a much more diverse community than it was back in the 80s, when we were so dependent upon oil and gas. But it still permeates everything in our economy.
And how about what are some of the bigger small businesses in the area? Like what kind of What kind of work are they engaged in?
Yeah, so we have a large presence in the aerospace industry. So Boeing has a large manufacturing plant there. So
Not exactly a small business, though.
Not a small small business. Really great restaurant scene. If you're a foodie, you would love Oklahoma City.
Please.
So lots of manufacturing. So parts for especially the oil and gas industry you find there. Lots of great small businesses. Loves Travel Stops, not a small business now, but started in Oklahoma City. So really great stories of growth and resiliency.
You know, the only time I actually have been to Oklahoma was back after one of the tornadoes, I think it was about 10 years ago, near Moore, Oklahoma.
Yes.
And I'm thinking now, you know, as we've just had these pair of devastating hurricanes in the southeast, I mean, how has it been you guys have obviously had your fair share of tornadoes over the years. Like, what is it like for you in the banking seat when you have these kind of events and the rebuilding efforts, and how much are you involved?
I mean, what a great question. So as a community bank, you're just always ready. And so whether those are really small disasters that really only you see in your community that don't make the national news, you're running to the aid of your community there. And it's certainly at a broader scale. And we're so grateful to be part of a greater community banking network that when we're even in this situation with the hurricanes, we're able to rally around our community bankers that are directly impacted to help them and their customers. So having those networks and of communities both internally in this little small community kind of sector as well as kind of broadly in the nation has really allowed a community bank to be much more impactful than just the bank itself.
What's a typical consumer or customer for your bank?
Oh, wow. There's just no typical. So it could be, I just had a conversation this weekend with an elderly woman who was wanting to buy a trailer. And so we were talking about options for her to be able to have an independent living where she wanted to be. So it could be at that level. Or it could be that they're buying their second home on a really nice lake or a new car, or that they're trying to finance their kids' education. So it really runs the gamut. So, but it's typically someone I know. I mean, usually I'm working with them face to face, but it could be just a connection. Actually, last time I was in New York City, there was a small business customer I was connected with that was trying to sustain their small business. So it just happens all through connections and relationships.
How much are you seeing both between individuals and businesses looking for any kind of loans right now? I imagine that they're still probably pretty spooked by the interest rates that are out there, maybe thinking, oh, rates are coming down, can hold out a little bit longer. Is that kind of the narrative right now?
Yeah, I mean, but a lot of them are like, if their truck stops working, they need the truck now. They can't wait. And so they're trying to figure out, how do I work away around this interest rate environment to ensure that I can still be profitable? So they're not really playing like the markets like you may do at a larger scale. They really are having to buy something when they need it. But they are considering it as I think about growing or expanding locations or scaling their businesses. But many have adjusted to this rate environment, and there's still a lot of demand out there. And there's a lot of other cash sources beyond loans still, with private equity investors and other government type of programs still available for small business to scale without having to necessarily get loans. So the rate environment then becomes a little bit less consequential.
Is there a lot going on in the housing market right there?
Wow, the housing market, I think, is just tough everywhere. Supply is just so limited, and you have those low rates that people have in their mortgages, keeping them from moving. And then the cost of constructions, we didn't have transformers available forever, so they've been able to bring online developments. You didn't have a lot of availability to be able to build. And so there's still some supply hiccups, especially when you think about municipalities and a lot of the infrastructure that's occurring that's taken away some of the pavers and earth movers that would normally be used to be able to provide greater development opportunities for 1 to 4 family homes.
During the pandemic, was Oklahoma City a city that maybe gained population or lost population? Because New York City here, everybody left, and all went down to Florida and so on.
Yeah, everybody's becoming an Oklahoman. So it's like a reverse Grapes of Wrath, where you have so many Californians coming in. And so that is putting prices, some price pressure on 1 to 4 family homes. But yeah, we are a net gain when it came to migration, both during COVID and afterwards.
We're Norman, Oklahoma. The home of the University of Oklahoma is right there.
Yes.
So is that where you guys get a lot, like your employees? If you need some employees, just go hire some graduates from university.
We're smack between University of Oklahoma and Oklahoma State University, and then we have the state's oldest institution, University of Central Oklahoma. It's about 2 blocks away from the bank.
Wow.
Our bank helped secure the land prior to statehood for that university to be built.
I would think that's got to be pretty good for labor costs if you've got a whole lot of college kids right around there, no?
It helps with having that, but we also have to compete against Texas, which is a growing market and recruits more than half the students that are at the University of Oklahoma are from Texas.
Oh, is that right?
Yes, so we have to keep them in Oklahoma so that we can
That
keep
is
the
a
labor force
challenge,
growing.
yeah.
Yes.
I mean, I went to Syracuse University, obviously very different climate than in Oklahoma, but similar in the sense that they, like a lot of the employers in the area would say, like the biggest struggle is that the graduates don't want to stay. They want to go back to wherever they came from. I imagine maybe that sounds like a little bit of what you're talking about.
Yeah,
here.
we're much more successful now, and there's a lot of regional institutions that in the rural communities that are producing a lot of great talent.
Jill, thank you so much for joining us. Jill Castillo, she's the president and CEO of Citizens Bank of Edmond, Oklahoma. So if you're ever, and it's Edmond, I Google mapped it. It's basically part of the Oklahoma City Metroplex, a little bit north. But I mean, everything's right there.
Yeah.
So anyway.
I mean, my brother and his friends actually, for a bachelor party, just went to a football game at Oklahoma, which was like, I think ought to be one of the more fun ideas, you know, not doing like the Vegas booze cruise scene, but going to a college football game.
Yeah, especially
awesome.
a big player.
Love that.
Oklahoma. All right, looking at the markets here, we still got a little bit of red on the screen. S&P off about 0.2%. The NASDAQ off about 0.1%. So not much movement at the index level. We're going to have more coming up. This is Bloomberg. Good morning.
Markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day on Bloomberg Radio, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
I'm John Tucker and the Bloomberg News. With this Bloomberg Business Flash, let's start with Treasuries stabilizing after the sell-off that pushed benchmark yields to the highest since July. Since the end of last week, traders have actually trimmed the extent of expected Fed rate cuts. Right now in the S&P 500, you have 7 of the 11 major industry groups. They are lower. The biggest drag coming from industrials. That's where you're going to find shares of GE Aerospace. That's what it's called these days. Those shares are falling 8% of third quarter sales. Missed analyst expectations. Analysts also noted supply chain troubles still a continuing headwind there. Right now, the S&P 500, 14 points lower. That's down 0.25%, 58.39 on the index. The Dow Jones Industrial Average, 63 points lower. The NASDAQ 100 down 47 points. That is down 0.2%. Right now, the 2-year yield unchanged, 4.03%. 10-year yield unchanged, 4.19% right now. And one of the standouts today, shares of General Motors up 8.5%. They showed solid U.S. demand for their highest margin vehicles. Here's a little trick for you, Molly. Do GM equity MODL on your Bloomberg. Lots and lots of numbers. You can go down, actually look at their highest margin vehicles. The Silverado HD, the Silverado
That's a pretty
LD.
big car, right?
Yeah,
I don't know what
That's like an aircraft carrier.
Silverado MD. So sales just booming for those high. Why people want those gigantic vehicles?
Yeah, all the ones there at the top of the list.
John, we have to get off this island once in a while. There are real people out there living in real towns that have lots of space. And
well, what do you do?
Lots of stuff.
Well, they're
what do you do? What stuff are you
farming
putting in
and
your
ranching
gigantic
or-
Silverado?
Or Equinox or Traverse, Tahoe, those are also all enormous. I mean, those are like, I think the Tahoe, if you order like an Uber XL, like that's what's coming.
Yes.
Really?
My
Yeah.
son's got a big
That or an Escalade.
big truck, and he's a sailor, so he's got all his sailing gear that he...
Like a pickup truck or
Yeah.
like one of these kind of
he's got
trucks?
a big pickup truck where he throws all his sailing stuff in the back and he goes up and down the East Coast. So for him it works, and he can hook on his sailboat and take it anywhere he wants to go. So I don't know. But I'm with you, John, but the rest of the world loves their trucks. So we'll have to see about that. So some good news out of GM, as John was reporting.
Anyway, we check the markets for you all day long. Did you bring that up? Right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker. That's your Bloomberg.
I have it
Business
up.
Flash.
I'm looking at this screen. I'm blown away. This is
MODL. So
yeah, if you guys are on your terminal out there, hopefully not while you're driving, but check it out when you're back at your terminal later today.
All right,
GM Equity, MODL.
MODL. Get all the earnings estimates from all of Wall Street analysts. Let's break it down, the GM stuff, with David Welch. He's the Detroit Bureau Chief for Bloomberg News. Hey, David, stocks up big. Market likes what they see. I guess the world wants big trucks.
Big trucks, big SUVs, yes they do, and they're selling them at huge prices. GM's average vehicle in the quarter sold for more than $49,000.
Wow, cow! What happened to the
incentives?
The $30,000 vehicle? Is that even? I mean, wow, it's just amazing. I mean, I got the Ford F-150 electric one Matt Miller got for me to test drive. That was $94,000 sticker price. So, David, what's GM saying these days about how they're managing this transition to EVs?
Look, their sales in the quarter for EVs, they sold over 30,000 of them, which by Tesla standards, not a big number, but it was enough to put GM in second place in the U.S. market in EV sales. Real story there is they're getting sales volume up, which is a good thing. And that means they're getting scale in their battery plants. The battery is the most expensive part of the vehicle. And so they can start to bring costs down. And they're saying that fourth quarter and into next year, they will be making a variable profit on the vehicles, which means that if you forget about all the fixed costs, the billions they've invested in battery plants,
forget about those
vehicle plants, and all the engineering, they're making money. But look, it's a step toward making money on vehicles that are pretty expensive to produce, and GM's gaining market share, and the EV this EV situation they're in is very interesting because Tesla has 5 models if you count the Cybertruck for sale. GM, by the end of next year, by the end of this year, they're going to have, I think, 10, and by the end of next year, they'll have about a dozen different models. That's a lot of variety. It's also a lot of production. So if the market for EVs continues to grow pretty nicely, GM will have the best variety and a lot of production to be able to get it. which is exactly what the domestic producers in China did to steal their home market away from GM, Volkswagen, Toyota, Ford, et cetera. If the market doesn't materialize, then GM is going to probably have to lay off a few workers in some of these EV plants.
Yeah, maybe just a few. I mean, you're talking though about how GM was able to sell like all these cars at these above average prices. Is that true for the EV market as well, or are we talking more gas powered there?
It's both, because EVs are pretty expensive. The difference, though, and this is where GM is starting to get a lot of its electric vehicle growth, is they have an electric version of the Chevy Equinox that starts at $35,000. After government credit, it's about $27,500. There aren't many vehicles for sale, period, of any kind that run on anything. Alcohol, electricity, fusel oil, you name it, but that sell for below $30,000. So, and probably most of them are selling for closer to $40,000 before the federal tax credit. So, but that's a pretty cheap vehicle, and they're getting a lot of growth there. But generally speaking, yeah, Cadillac Lyriq, expensive vehicle. Even the Chevy Blazer, a lot of those can go for more than $50,000. That that's an electric as well. Their pickups certainly very expensive. The Silverado pickup and the GMC Sierra pickup, and the Hummers are well over $100,000. So these are expensive vehicles for the most part.
All right, very good. David Welch, we appreciate that. David Welch, Detroit Bureau Chief for Bloomberg News, joining us from Detroit. And again, I was looking at the stock of, GM at 52-week high today. Just a really nice move. Stock's up about 8% and change. It's up about close to 48% year to date. Whereas you look at General Motors, you look at Ford year to date, that stock's down 10%.
I think what the more amazing thing here is that David was talking about is how they've been able to sell at all these above average prices. I mean, the story of the car market lately has been incentives and markdowns, and especially with like auto loans being as expensive as they are, how they're able to do this is remarkable to me.
Yeah, and I remember talking to Kevin Tynan, who was the auto analyst at Bloomberg Intelligence for many years, and he just said, listen, they make so much money with these crossovers, SUVs, trucks, whatever you want to call them, literally on a per unit basis. They're so profitable that the incentive to switch over to EVs just isn't there. And they're not going to do it until the economics make sense. So
you're saying as GM or as a customer to switch?
No, as GM, as the automakers, they're so
Yeah.
incented to make these big trucks because they sell them and they're very profitable. They're the highest profit margin products they have. So the U.S. auto companies have very little financial incentive, economic incentive to switch to EVs. Now if the government's going to incentivize you to do so or force you to do so, well, that's another whole thing. But I think as most auto investors, they were just concerned: do I want to own a company where their incentives are not really aligned with maximizing profits? So we'll have to see. All right, coming up, SEC Chair Gary Gensler. He speaks with Bloomberg Technology host Ed Ludlow, Caroline Hyde from the Bloomberg Global Regulatory Forum here in New York. So a lot to talk about with Mr. Gensler at the SEC. Let's take a listen to SEC Chair Gary Gensler speaking at Bloomberg.
We want to welcome our Bloomberg radio and television audience right now to a special conversation with US SEC Chair Gary Gensler. And Mr. Gensler, the SEC clearly looking closer at the use of AI tools in finance. We know that from the agency's latest exam priorities. But in parallel, a year ago, you embarked on this rulemaking process. And I want to start by asking what sort of additional authority or power you feel you need through a rule that you wouldn't be able to regulate through examinations.
So let me say this. I think that the use of artificial intelligence, which has been around for at least 10 years, has taken on, and it's an important transformative part of our economy. Every bit as transformative as the internet, probably more. Every bit as transformative as 100 years ago when we electrified so many things in our markets, our factories, the automobile, the refrigerator. That transformative. In finance, it's being used today by many brokerage apps and investment advisors when they're selling to the public. Just as when we're looking at movie apps that have figured out long ago that I'm a rom-com type of guy and want to watch those movies. And so it's to ensure that in the algorithm, in the actual math of the algorithm, that they ensure that they put the public's interest, their customers' interest, ahead of the investment advisor and broker-dealer. That's it in a nutshell.
In a nutshell, do you think that there's financial systemic risk still looming large because of adoption of AI and AI models ultimately being too similar from one brokerage to the next?
I do think so. I said I like rom-coms, so I'll just go with that wonderful movie Her, when Scarlett Johansson, you know, played this virtual assistant. When she went offline late in the movie, 8,316 folks were brokenhearted. We could see that in finance. There's right now 2 or 3 large cloud providers that are backing some of the biggest investments in what's called generative AI. As the financial sector more and more relies on those big base models, it is not only possible but likely that some financial crisis in the future is that everybody's relying on it, and whether it's like Scarlett Johansson going offline, or if Scarlett Johansson of the future, I'm talking about the AI model, is hurting and taking the capital markets off of some, you know, various cliff. And I think that's a hard project to solve because of the dominance of a few base models likely in the future.
Do therefore more clear rules need to be envisaged here? Is examination the tool of choice?
So I'm separating out. There's important investor protection issues directly about the conflicts, and I think we can do that and proceed forward. I've asked staff for recommendations on a reproposal of that rule. I think a second area we didn't talk about is fraud. Fraud is fraud. If you use the algorithm or the AI model to defraud the public, it's still fraud. But I think that that's going to play out not only for us, but in other agencies around the country, the Federal Trade Commission and elsewhere. But on these systemic issues, I think it's a tough challenge that global regulators need to come together. And how do we protect against what is likely to be a very concentrated, interconnected system that's relying, you know, like I say, 8,316 relying on Scarlett Johansson for their love was one thing in a fictional movie, but what do we do here?
If you're just joining us on Bloomberg Television and Radio, we're speaking with the SEC Chair, Gary Gensler. And Mr. Gensler, you're also busy in parallel with the crypto industry. I think there's consensus on the eve of an election that all of those parties involved and responsible want to hammer out some sort of new jurisdictional framework for crypto regulators to make some progress on settling oversight of that industry. Can you talk to us about the work you're doing there and if you're making any progress in that field?
Look, there's nothing incompatible about the ledger technology. You know, it's just this Halloween, it will be 16 years since Satoshi Nakamoto wrote that white paper. So happy sweet 16 in a week. There's nothing incompatible about a ledger technology, decentralized ledger technology, and the securities laws. And it's important that in the securities markets, that investors get to decide on their investments, but they get the proper disclosure, that we guard against conflicts of interest and the like. And we're going to continue to do that at the Securities and Exchange Commission. If a market's ever going to have trust, it also needs to come into compliance. And a lot of this field, and we've seen the challenges in this field where a lot of people have lost money. Regular investors have lost money in a field that's not providing the fundamental disclosure about their projects, about these investment contracts and these schemes, and that it's a field that has a lot of conflicts in the middle of it.
Something interesting has been happening over the last year where you've been focusing on policy and regulation. In the Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals, there have been many suits filed in what is a kind of business-friendly court. How do you have to respond to that and adjust the policy side in response to the litigation side, Mr. Gensler?
No, I think, Ed, it's a really good question. We do everything we do within the law and how the courts interpret the law. If the courts interpret it differently, we adjust. That's what we do. It's part of our great democracy. But I do think that we're focused every day on how we drive lower cost in the system. That's why we did equity market reform. I would note unanimously through our 5-member commission. It's why we've worked so hard on the Treasury markets, this $28 trillion market at the base of our capital markets, and driving lower cost, which is called efficiency, and lower risk, which is called resiliency, in these really consequential, significant markets.
Just for a moment, reminding our TV and radio audience, we are in a conversation with SEC Chair Gary Gensler. And just to stick with the crypto aspect for a moment more, there is, though, this ongoing narrative that you haven't changed that much, you haven't adjusted much in terms of it is regulation via enforcement. Will that change, ultimately? Do you see laws coming to bear from Congress rather than you having to enforce to regulate?
Caroline, we have benefited for 9 decades from robust laws from Congress and rules from various agencies, not just the SEC, but the Commodity Futures Trading Commission, another significant and great agency that I was honored to chair, to help promote the markets, to protect investors, to promote capital formation and the markets in the middle. And that's what we'll continue to do, whether it's related to the stock markets, $50, $60 trillion stock markets, whether it's related to the Treasury markets, as I said, nearly $30 trillion, whether it's related to the bonds and fixed income markets, and yes, even related to this newer market where, as I said, all too many people have been hurt, all too many people have lost money and lined up in bankruptcy court to deal with their claims. And fundamentally, what President Roosevelt laid out and has been looked at over the years, Congress could adjust, but at the fundamental, it's about disclosure to the public so the public can decide, and then guarding the public against the conflicts and the fraud and things that happen in the capital markets that are unregulated. We saw that happen in the 1920s. None of us were alive, but you can read about it. We don't want that to happen to the investing public and undermine the trust in the overall capital markets as we know them.
Talking of disclosures, one disclosure from former President Trump is that he would fire you, ultimately, unsurprising to you, I'm sure. But also, he's got some plans, purported plans, of course, to introduce his own crypto platform, and he's been working on it. What do you make of that?
I'm not going to comment on any one project. I think your viewing audience can appreciate that. It's just not what we do. And so, Caroline, I'll let you go to your next question.
Well, Mr. Gensler, I'll jump in. You talked about the investing public that you serve, right? And there is something happening where private credit firms are taking private market assets where you could debate the real valuation, and they're wrapping them in products like ETFs that are somewhat sort of more retail friendly. It's a newer area. It's something interesting happening, and I know it's of intense interest to our audience. How do you regulate that, and how much are you personally thinking about that right now?
Let me put it in context. Our dollar credit markets, where your commercial credit and your borrowing, probably worldwide are in excess of $30 trillion. And banks and non-banks alike play important roles in that. And so private credit existed when I started at Goldman Sachs 40-some years ago. I mean, there were direct loans that could be made outside of the banking system. But today, you've seen a growing share involved in that. I think that competition is good for borrowers, investors, savers, and the like. That's competition in our capital markets, but it still has to sort of comply with the basic tenets of risk management, disclosure, transparency, and the like. Our role in it as a capital markets oversight is an important one, but I think the competition is actually benefiting a lot of borrowers. I would note this: it hasn't, at this size, it hasn't lived through a downturn. So it hasn't been tested in the inevitable at some point downturns that would come. There's also some intersections between this private credit emerging system and the insurance sector and the banking sector, but particularly its intersection with the insurance sector that's, you know, bears look, and ratings as well, the use of private letter ratings on some of this. So we're looking at some of this, but I think overall it's capital markets benefiting and the public benefiting from competition.
Apollo and State Street have such a private market ETF pending before the SEC. My colleagues tell me it's controversial. What can you tell me about that specific case study?
I guess I could tell you the same thing I told Caroline earlier, that, you know, in a role like mine, I'm asked to be disciplined. I try to stay disciplined. I don't comment on specific products or projects that may be in front of the staff or in front of our 5-member commission. So I'm going to demur on that, but I hope your listening public understands why.
Do you worry about that illiquidity mismatch, though? A potential one?
Look, there's an illiquidity mismatch in banks. So our $26 trillion banking system in the U.S. has $20 trillion of deposits, runnable deposits. Of course, a lot of them are insured, but a lot of them are uninsured. And so banks themselves transform liquidity, transform what's called maturity or duration. And then you think about it in the non-bank sector. You have frankly, a better match of maturity of the liability side of a private fund and the assets they hold. So it's not without risk, but it might be in a part of the market that can better bear that illiquidity risk.
It's really interesting how you've got this as a line of sight, but also everything we've just articulated. AI, crypto, private markets, a lot to get on with. And your term is what, until June 2026? But will it run until then? Many feel that perhaps not. What do you want to get done in the remaining months or so?
Look, I think it's the greatest privilege of my life, other than having these 3 wonderful daughters that I have. But I'm talking about professional privilege. And so every day I come into work and think with my colleagues and fellow commissioners, how do we get things done for the investing public and the issuing public, that the markets in the middle work for them, not that the issuers and the investors are working for the intermediaries in the markets in the middle, but the markets work for them. So that's like lowering costs through competition, transparency, and the like, and access to the markets. And then resiliency, trying to use like central clearing and so forth, the back side and the plumbing. So we laid out an agenda of 50 or 55 projects 3.5 years ago. We've actually gotten across the line, proposed and adopted 43 of those. You can do the math. The other projects, a number of them, I've asked staff we consider possible reproposals, but we're still working on some rules around market structure of the treasury market, some rules around central clearing and segregation of funds and the like. But we're going to continue to move forward, you know, and elections have consequences. That's a great thing of our democracy.
All right, that was CEO Chair Gary Gensler speaking with Bloomberg Technology host Ed Ludlow and Caroline Hyde from the Bloomberg Global Regulatory Forum, talking about the regulation across the SEC, and he, of course, before that, he was at the CFTC. Let's switch gears. Let's talk about real estate, commercial real estate. We love to talk about commercial real estate because I have no idea what's going on. I know I've made the mistake in the past thinking commercial real estate is office, but that's only like 3.5% of REIT assets.
Got to talk about the malls.
I know. Rich Hill, he joins us. He's head of real estate strategy and research at Cohen and Steers. Before that, he was at Morgan Stanley with all those other Morgan Stanley real estate crazy people, which they just have owned real estate across Wall Street my entire career at Morgan Stanley. So those are the folks that get it done. Rich, thanks so much for joining us here in our studio. I mean, where do you go in commercial real estate today? I know there are different silos. Where do you guys think the best opportunities are these days?
Yeah, maybe we can just take a step back. It has been a really tough 2 years for commercial real estate. But we think the market is finally in the process of bottoming. There's been 3 price indices that we follow pretty closely, all of which showed increases for the first time in more than 2 years in recent months. So valuations are down, more than 20%. And that doesn't happen very often. You go back to the early 1990s and the GFC; those are the only 2 times that valuations have fallen. So it's getting people pretty excited again. I will note, though, before I talk about the opportunities, we think the cycle's playing out sort of in textbook fashion. What do I mean by that? Well, listed REITs trough first. They troughed about a year ago. Then private valuations troughed 12 months later. But there's a really important point here. CRE debt distress, so distress in the debt markets, doesn't peak out for 12 to 24 months after property valuations trough out. So the headlines are actually going to get worse before they get better. You're going to be talking about office valuations being down, borrowers giving the keys back to the lender. That's what happens at this point in the cycle.
So what if you're looking at valuations bottoming, but you know that this distress is still going to be coming? That's still got to be a really tricky position if the equity valuation is maybe looking more appealing, but you're worried about the debt side coming back to bite you.
Yeah. So commercial real estate's inherently a levered asset class. What do I mean by that? Well, there's very few people that buy a property and don't put some level of debt on it. So the availability of debt and the cost of debt is super, super important. We are beginning to see signs of thawing in the debt markets. I'm going to get really wonky here for a second, but we follow something called the Senior Loan Officer Opinion Survey, quarterly survey.
The SLOOS?
The SLOOS.
Yeah. We love that survey.
I do too.
We don't have to call it the SLOOS.
I do too. Sluice on the loose. Sorry.
This is the place to get wonky. Go ahead.
So look, what we've seen is that that metric is turning less bad, and it has been for several quarters right now. The last observation, it said around 25% of lenders are tightening lending standards. That still sounds like a lot, but at the tightness of the market, it was almost 70%. So
was that during SVB, like that time?
Shortly on the heels of SVB.
Okay.
Lenders get more conservative on the heels of things like that.
Right.
So we are seeing things turn less bad. Believe it or not, one of the largest CMBS deals that has been done in quite some time, a $3 billion deal, by the way, backed by a New York City office building, was just done last week. So things are beginning to thaw here a little bit, which I think is a sign of why the market's beginning to bottom.
Warehouses and stuff like that, that's the one that's been ripping over the last several years. Has that played out? I mean, where do you find value these days?
So here's a remarkable statistic that no one believes me. Industrial REITs, so warehouse REITs, are the worst performing sector of listed REITs this year.
Okay.
They're down around 4% or so, almost 5% probably as of today, while the market is up more than 10%. The listed REIT market is up 10%. Why is that happening? What the market's telling you, what the public markets are telling you, is that long-term growth is going to mean revert. So this is an asset class that has really, really strong fundamentals. We think it's a great asset class. But guess what commercial real estate developers do in a market like that? They build new supply. So we think supply versus demand is going to equilibrate over time, and that will bring long-term growth down. And that's exactly what the listed REIT market's telling you about. So that's a long way of saying we don't think the past cycle winners are going to be the next cycle winners.
How about the office space right now? How would you describe that?
Still challenged, but it's starting to get maybe a little bit interesting. I was in the Pacific Northwest last week, and a client asked me, "What do you think the best performing asset types are going to be over the next 10 years?" And I told them, I was like, I sort of want to put office at the top of that list.
Really?
The problem is, it might go lower before it goes higher. I don't know if it's a good entry point today, tomorrow, next week, or next year. But valuations are starting to get really, really, really interesting. So I'll give you three green shoots that we look at. First, family offices, ultra high worth family offices that can take more than a 10-year view, like a 100-year view, are beginning to step in and buy office properties because the basis is so attractive. They haven't seen the basis like that in decades and decades. So that's point number one. Point number two, I just talked about how industrial REITs are the second or the worst performing sector of listed REITs this year. Guess what? Office is the second best. So the market has sort of brought them back from the dead. And then I talked about the green shoots that we're starting to see very selectively in the lending markets for office. So we're still cautious, But I think there's going to come a time pretty soon, and when I say pretty soon, call it next 12 to 24 months, where you're going to look back and you're going to say, hey, I wish I would have stepped in because it was a really good buying opportunity. It's a long way of saying someone's going to make a ton of money.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, my personal barometer is just like anything on 3rd Avenue. When I see like the Lipstick Building or something like that trade at 40 cents on the dollar or something, I'm saying, that's the bottom.
The one with the Wolfgangs? Are you kidding?
I don't know.
Well, think about this. Think about this. Are you really going to bet against New York City?
Yeah, I don't know.
Hard pressed to do that.
No way. We've seen that movie before. Rich Hill, thank you so much for joining us here in our studio. Rich Hill, he's head of real estate strategy and research at Cohen and Steers, joining us here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker studio. Right now, let's get a little bit of a reset in the market. We'll go over to our friend John Tucker for Bloomberg Business Flash.
Appearing some of the earlier losses, but stocks still seeing the first back-to-back drop in about 6 weeks. Traders weighing prospects of a slower pace of Fed rate cuts. Right now, we have the S&P 500 14 points lower. That's down 0.25%, 58.39 at the index. The Dow Jones Industrial Average 64 points lower, and right now the Nasdaq 100 43 points lower. That is down about 0.2%. Cameron Dawson at New Edge Wealth among those who isn't sure of the need for any more Fed rate cuts.
You have high fiscal stimulus at the same time as an underlying economy that remains resilient. You're now having the Fed talk about potentially hundreds of basis points of cuts to get back to this phantom neutral rate, which would effectively be like throwing lighter fluid on a fire.
2-year yield, that's up 1 basis point, 4.04%. The 10-year up 1 basis point right now, 4.20. The benchmark. General Motors, best performing stock in the S&P 500, up right now, close to 9.5%, posting better than expected results for the latest quarter, raising the low end of its full-year profit forecast. And according to the New York Times, Jamie Dimon, the CEO at JP Morgan Chase, has told associates of his support for Vice President Kamala Harris and his dislike of Donald Trump, according to the Times. But fearful of blowback, he won't say it publicly.
Just keeping it quiet for now. Cards against the chest. John's
we
giving me a
check
look.
the markets. Thank you, Molly, for your input. Right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker, and that's your Bloomberg Business Flash, Molly and Paul.
All right, John Tucker, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Molly Smith sitting in for Alex Steele. I'm Paul Sweeney. We're live from the Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio, streaming on YouTube as well. Speaking of YouTube, what would you like to hear about on Bloomberg Radio? Help make shows like ours even better by taking our Bloomberg Audience Survey. Visit youtube.com/Bloomberg Podcast and click the link in our profile or community section to take the survey, which is hosted by our partners, Material. Fill it out now at youtube.com/Bloomberg Podcast. There you go. Tesla, after the close tomorrow, I think. I don't know what the street's really looking for. The stock's down 1% today. It's down 13% year to date. Boy, and you compare that with GM, which is up almost 50% year to date. Boy, how the fortunes have kind of turned there, at least temporarily, in the auto business. Steve Mann, he covers all that stuff. Global Autos and Industrials Research Analyst for Bloomberg Intelligence, joins us here. Hey, Steve, what do you think the street wants to hear from Tesla tomorrow?
Well, I think overall, the third quarter earnings for the company will be fine. Price cuts have kind of bottomed or waned, and likely production have improved in the third quarter versus the second. But I think most investors will want to know about their future, right? I think the call will be mostly about the We Robot event that they had in October 10th. This will be, I think, will be a part 2 of this. They're going to want more details, right? I think most important thing in investors' mind is, you know, how are they going to bring that cybercab into the market? You know, the prototype looked really good. I mean, the event was well attended, but what is the near-term implication? Are there any near-term benefit to the bottom line for the company with a new vehicle?
Steve, you just briefly alluded to those price cuts. Those are 20% in the past year, but Tesla's inventory is still elevated. How does that work? Why are people not running to buy a car that's down 20% off the price tag?
Yeah, affordability. I think you mentioned, you know, pricing is the most important component at this moment for car buyers, not just EVs, but overall, the industry has been impacted by, affordability with high interest rates. The hope is as interest rates comes back down to a lower level, consumers will be more willing to open their pocketbooks.
Steve, how much of this, when you look at the stock today, how do you think people really value this thing? Because I've got a car company, which I think is a pretty great product in a growing market. Maybe I'm not sure of the growth path. But then the CEOs also tell me about a cyber cab, robots, all that other kind of stuff. How do you think investors kind of value this company? Because there's lots of stuff going on there.
Yeah, there's a lot of individual investors in this name, and I think they still are. A lot of them are giving Elon Musk the benefit of the doubt that he's going to pull this off with robotaxi, with AI, and that's most of the valuation. A lot of the valuation is actually based on that. But I think for institutional investors, we think that it's great. The event was well attended. We got a glimpse of the future, his version of the future. But how are we going to get there? I think at the end of the day, for Tesla and Elon Musk to get to that future scenario, we need to continue to make money, right? We need to continue to invest. So we really need to know: are you going to bring out this newer vehicle that's going to expand the market share, expand their sales, continue to generate cash that he can reinvest into the future that he's envisioning?
So we just had our Bloomberg Detroit bureau chief on, David Welch, to talk to us about GM's earnings and how I personally was surprised by this. I had no idea that GM has a bigger lineup of electric vehicles than Tesla does. And GM's EV business is still pretty early stage. I mean, are there going to be more vehicles coming from Tesla? Do they need to really expand the lineup to stay competitive?
Yeah, they really do. I mean, I think GM is a good example now. As they bring in more vehicles that's more affordable, for example, the Equinox, for example, the Chevy Blazer, their sales continue to rise. And they have the #2 market share in the North American market today on EVs. It's a good example for Tesla to bring in a new vehicle, and a new vehicle will actually help them, get to that future of AI, the future of robotaxi, hopefully sooner rather than later. As more and more their cars are on the road, more and more data are collected. That data could be fed into that AI compute that they have, and continue to improve that robotaxi software. So it's actually very critical, not only for the near-term sales and profit of the company, but really need those extra more and more vehicles on the road to help them achieve the future that they see with more and more self-driving cars on the road.
All right, Steve, thank you so much for joining us. Steve Mann, Global Autos and Industrials Research Analyst for Bloomberg Intelligence. Molly, next time we get you here, we're going to talk tennis. We didn't have any time. We've taken so much other stuff. Rafa retiring. Another one.
It's going to be huge next month. Stay tuned.
Yep, so good stuff. All right, Molly Smith, thanks so much for joining us here, subbing in for Alex Steele. I'm Paul Sweeney, looking at these markets. We have a little bit of red on the screen. We'll have more coming up throughout the day. Coming up, Balance of Power with Joe Matthew in what am I saying? He's in D.C. That's coming up right now.
To the world of business. This is Balance of Power. Live from Washington, D.C.
2 weeks to Election Day, but early voting is already setting records. Welcome to the fastest show in politics as the swing state of Wisconsin joins the list, already voting this election cycle, with now 15 million Americans casting ballots 2 weeks before Election Day. We're going to get the latest this hour from Bloomberg Politics editor Laura Davison. She'll be with us here at the table, and we will dare look past the 5th of November with Republican strategist Bruce Mehlman and the 9-week slog between the election and the certification on January 6th. This is a conversation you won't want to miss. With insights today from our signature panel, analysis from Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano. They're with us for the hour. And we start, as always, with a look at Wall Street. Watching the markets for us, our good friend Charlie Pellet at World Headquarters in New York. Hey, Charlie.
Well, hello there, Joe Matthew. And we are looking at back-to-back losses for the S&P 500 index. First time that has happened in 6 weeks. We got the Dow, we got the S&P, we got NASDAQ all in the red right now. 16-point drop on the S&P, a decline of 0.3%. 58.37 where we stand right now. Dow Industrial is down 75. That is a drop right now of 0.2%. And NASDAQ down 28, a decline there of just about 0.2%. Traders today weighing prospects of a slower pace of Fed rate cuts. 10-year, 4.20% right now on the 10-year, with a 2-year, 4.04%. Spot gold today up $17, another 17, another record there, 27.37 on the precious metal. That is a gain right now of about 0.6%. And West Texas Intermediate crude also surging up 2.6%, back above 72.42 for a barrel of WTI. Rising oil prices and the prospect of bigger fiscal deficits after the upcoming election are only compounding the market's concerns. Brent Schutte is Chief Investment Officer at Northwestern Mutual. He was interviewed this morning on Bloomberg Surveillance.
No matter who wins, I think they're likely to preside over a recession in the next 4 years. And I think they're likely to preside over a market, especially large cap stocks that are historically expensive, that does less. That's where I think investors should be optimistic on the other side, where things are cheaper and will do better, I think, when we get to the other side of whatever lies ahead.
Brent Schutte of Northwestern Mutual. GM shares now surging 9.2% after signaling solid U.S. demand for its highest margin vehicles. GM worth repeating up 9.2%. Rival Ford up 1.2%. Stellantis up 0.4%. Tesla down now by 1.3%. So again, recapping, down day for U.S. markets. The Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ, they're all in the red. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet. Balance of Power continues now. Lots going on. Back we go to Washington. Will he use the word McDonald's today? Once again, here he is, Joe Matthew.
Thank you, Charlie Pellet. Live from Washington, welcome to the Tuesday edition of Balance of Power here on Bloomberg Radio, on the satellite radio, and on YouTube. Find us easily. Search Bloomberg Business News Live. You'll see our live stream up and down the Amtrak corridor from Washington to New York, where our studios are located. Welcome to early voting day in Wisconsin. We're going to talk about that in a moment with Laura Davison and later with Bruce Melman. You've heard of the 5 stages of grief. I feel like we've gone through them together more than once. Get ready for the 6-week slog, actually 9-week slog, but a 6-stage event that we're going to talk about with Bruce Melman coming up here. As Donald Trump hosts a roundtable today at the Doral Golf Club, he's down in Miami, trying to reach Latino voters. The purpose of this roundtable, he'll be back in North Carolina later on today. No big campaign events for Kamala Harris. She's sitting down for interviews here in Washington, doing one with MSNBC, another with Telemundo, again, trying to reach young Latino voters. Tim Walz holding a rally to the same extent and same mission with Barack Obama. He's back on stage today. Madison, Wisconsin, as they try to highlight early voting. On to Racine later on. St. Paul at night. J.D. Vance in Peoria, Arizona, that is. And we'll have a rally in Tucson a little bit later on today. So I'm really drawn to the news on early voting here. It's a pretty interesting element of this campaign. The pandemic changed the way we look at work, right? Are you back to 5 days a week in the office? Maybe if you listen to Bloomberg, you are. A lot of people aren't. It changed the way we look at elections, too. And this idea of early voting, capturing the attention of voters around the country, despite what they might be hearing from the top of the ticket in the case of Republicans. How about 15 million? That's the number we have today. 15 million people have already voted. So when you hear me say there's 2 weeks to go, that doesn't apply to everybody because the election's already happened now for 15 million, and we're about to add a lot more today. Many states setting records. I mentioned North Carolina yesterday, more than 353,000 cast on the first day. Add Louisiana, 177,000, a record. Georgia, a daily record for in-person early voting every day since polls opened last Tuesday. Let's bring in Laura Davison, our Bloomberg Politics editor here in Washington. Laura, it's great to see you. this is an element of the campaign that is also somewhat unquantifiable. We have seen more Democrats pull ballots, but we don't really know how this works out in the end, do we?
We don't. We have seen some indications that Republicans are doing better than they have in the past in early voting, particularly in Nevada. There's been more Republicans voting there than Democrats so far. This has been, an issue that there's been kind of mixed and muddled messaging from Trump in particular. He goes and says, he'll sometimes start his rally saying, we need you to early vote. Everybody get out there. The registration deadline is, today, tomorrow, whatever. Go do that. But then he'll say, but, we'd really prefer it all be on election day and paper-only ballots and kind of all these things.
He called it stupid at a recent rally.
So, but we're seeing that people really like to vote early or vote by mail, and there's more options coming out of COVID. Some states, particularly in the West for a long time, have already done a lot of vote by mail. But, I live and vote in Virginia, and, there's early voting for, weeks beforehand. It really just makes it a lot easier if you have to work, you have children, you have medical issues, any of these things.
In Pennsylvania, more than 580,000 Democrats have already returned their ballots compared with 254,000 Republicans. That's like a 2-to-1 type of spread. Is that what we're seeing around the country, or is it not possible to tell everywhere?
It's not possible. Just how each state reports is a little bit different, but that's generally the trend that we see, is that more Democrats, are out there either requesting ballots, voting early, doing all of that, and that's what we'll see on election night. Depending how the states count, we sometimes see that blue mirage come in first. If there's a bunch of early votes that are being that hit the wire essentially, right as polls close, and then Republican votes come in. Some states, however, do it the opposite. Some states like Pennsylvania, they're not really allowed to start even counting those early votes until polls close. So you can see sometimes a red wave there. So it's really important as people are thinking about how they're watching results come in on election night, state by state, sort of what gets counted and when differs drastically.
Well, what you're saying is so important, and I really hope people are listening, that you probably will not know, for instance, what happened in Pennsylvania until the next day, maybe even longer than that. Georgia, depending on how this goes, Arizona could leave us waiting. We're going to talk to Bruce Mehlman in a moment here about the 9-week slog. What are you factoring in? You're covering this for Bloomberg with a massive team of people spread out around the country. How do you plan for this, and what are you expecting in the days that will follow?
Essentially, we plan for almost every, sort of contingent scenario, including that we may not know, but need to give people information in the meantime. One thing that I think people aren't thinking about as much is particularly the House. We may not know that for weeks, even longer than the presidential race. There's, New York and California districts that are probably going to decide it, particularly in California. They have a bunch of mail-in votes. They have, several days, if they're postmarked by Election Day, to receive those and count those. So it could be, December or so, but before we actually know what the breakdown of Washington is going to look like, and therefore what kind of policy outcomes are possible.
Right. Amazing. Laura, thank you. I'll let you get back to your team of dozens. Bloomberg Politics editor Laura Davison is running this coverage for us here from Washington on the terminal and online, and we always appreciate her insights. So how about the 9-week slog? That's what we're pointing to here, right? Why wait to talk about it? Bruce Mehlman isn't. Everyone woke up Sunday and said, what? This 6-chart Sunday. Then I started thinking, wait a minute, how many stages of grief are there? It turns out there are 5. Denial, then anger, bargaining, followed by depression, and at last, acceptance. And it kind of frames what's going to happen between November 6th and January 6th. Of course, when the votes are certified here in Washington, that's a day that meant nothing to anyone before 2020. Now it means a lot. And if you walk through the 6-chart Sunday by Bruce Mehlman, it'll give you a sense of what we're in for here. We've talked about the 165 lawsuits that have already been filed. Let's bring him in right now. He's partner at Mehlman Consulting, author of the Bruce Mehlman's Age of Disruption Substack. If you haven't subscribed, you should. So, Bruce, you got everybody upset over the weekend. How bumpy are these 9 weeks going to be?
Well, that remains to be seen for sure. And I think the point Laura made with you a moment ago is important. It's a 3-ring circus. And even if the presidential proves to be less dramatic than we all expect it might be, it's a very high likelihood we're not going to know who controls the House of Representatives and potentially whether there was a red wave or whether there's a blue check and balance in the House on a second Trump term were he to win until sometime in December. So the thesis is, for those of us who feel like the Wednesday after the election will be the day of relief, where at least we have certainty, that may be the end of the calm and the really beginning of the storm.
Well, how true, as you write. Getting past November 5th will reduce some uncertainty, but the intensity picks up during the subsequent 9-week slog. As we mentioned, during this fraught window, Bruce writes, we'll need to count the votes, conduct any recounts, certify results in state capitals, potentially roiled by protests. All amidst partisan paranoia and allegations of malfeasance, intense litigation, and disinformation, a deluge accelerated by foreign adversaries. Makes me want to go back home, Bruce, but that is, of course, what we're dealing with here. I want to seize on a couple of these, starting with counting the votes. Your first chart, when might we know who won? How about the top of the ticket? It took us until Saturday last time, and the conventional wisdom is, if Donald Trump wins, we might know that night. If Kamala Harris wins, we might wait till the end of the week. Is that how you see it?
You know, sure, at least. One of the biggest questions is whether the polling has figured it out now. In Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania in 2016, they underestimated the Trump vote by about 8 points on average. In 2020, they underestimated the Trump vote by about 4 points. The polls are all too close to call, within the margin of error, although Trump has crept to where he is slightly leading, still within the margin of error. So it could be either way, and the polling would be right, unless the polling's off again by those sort of same amounts in the industrial Midwest. We may then, as in 2020, have a call by the Associated Press. They called day after the election, they called it for Biden. Obviously, Trump contested it and continues to contest it, notwithstanding lack of evidence in court to cause anything to get reversed. In 2016, it took 4 days after the election to come to resolution.
You just mentioned something important for the benefit of our audience here.
I apologize, by the way. I reversed 16 and 20. They were 4 in 2020 and 1 in 2016.
Understood, yes. That's right. And it took us until Saturday to learn about Joe Biden. So are we basing this on the AP call? Is that the voice of credibility, Bruce?
It is a credible voice. It's not a voice of authority. So, I'm old enough to recall in 2020, the AP called it for Bush, then they called it for nobody, then they called it for Gore, then they called it for nobody, and 46 days later, 2000, we were done. That said, AP hasn't had to reverse a call in the last multiple elections. They're careful to not want to make a call until such time as the remaining votes that are outstanding based upon who they are, the registrations and the counties, give them enough confidence and enough insight to be able to appoint. So I personally tend to feel like once the AP has made a call, if it's not quite money to the bank, it's pretty highly reliable.
Well, that's right. It's about as close as you're going to get until they're really done counting here. And you wonder how careful they're going to be after last time, Bruce, we're going to be eating our Thanksgiving turkey, wondering when the AP is going to show up here. To your point, in your own 6-slide presentation here, your 6 charts, there are no trusted referees, which I think is what we're getting at here. You also point out recounts are rare and they rarely reverse outcomes. And therefore, back to our litigation tsunami that you talk about, will this election be decided in the courts?
It could be decided in the courts, though a recount is they've finished all the official ballots. And then it's just a matter of, did you miscount it? And there's never been a presidential state that has been changed as a result of a recount. There was one Senate, one governorship, one state auditor. But if it's not within just a few votes, it's just not going to get turned over. I mean, famously, the Arizona Republican Party hired a group that calls itself the Cyber Ninjas to audit the vote in 2020, where Biden edged out Trump, and they came back, and Biden's margin had slightly grown in edging out Trump. So once you're at the recount point, the partisans take some hope that something will be found that will be profound. Even in 2000 with Bush v. Gore, ultimately the conclusion in the U.S. Supreme Court was, you did the count, you're done counting, you can't keep recounting because every time you run the ballots through the machines, some chads fall off, so you're changing it by recounting and recounting and recounting, you're done. That all said, look, we've seen that there's lawsuits Democrats are trying to keep Cornel West off the ballot. They're trying to make sure Robert F. Kennedy Jr. doesn't get off the ballot. Republicans are trying to question about voting rolls and about, whether you can trust machines. This is a full lawyer employment act.
It's going to be Kamala Harris certifying these results, isn't it? Playing the role of Mike Pence this time around.
I mean,
How's that
it's
gonna play
a
optically?
ceremonial role, so no, she won't be able to make a decision that changes anything. She's there as the presiding officer of the Senate, but in legislation that got passed in 2022, the Electoral Count Reform Act, they made it crystal clear that what President Trump asked former Vice President Pence to do and Pence wouldn't do, you can't just say, I've made the decision that I won and my boss won. You can't do that.
No, you're correct, Bruce, but you also know how many people don't care, didn't read when that happened. We talked about it a lot on this program, and then the optics are what they are, and perception becomes reality, right? Is your biggest hope in our last minute here that we got a landslide one way or the other?
Well, sure, but that also would be attached to Admiral McRaven throwing in as a third party and getting 90% of the vote. So my biggest hopes are already out the window. But I certainly think the worst thing for democracy would be in that 9-week period, added mistrust, added allegations, things that can't be proven, candidates who simply don't accept when they lose that they lost. And God forbid going to a Congress that decides we're not going to certify because we don't like what happened, even though we don't have actual proof that anything else happened.
Can't wait for November. Bruce, come back and talk to us after we survive the election and we get in the throes of the 9-week slog. Check out his Substack. If you listen to this program, I think you'll probably enjoy it. Bruce Mehlman, partner Mehlman Consulting. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington. We're going to go to ground coming up in the swing state of Pennsylvania. This is Bloomberg.
Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We have got the 10-year yielding 4.20%. Stocks seeing their first back-to-back drop in 6 weeks as traders weigh prospects of a slower pace of Fed rate cuts. The S&P right now down 15, drop there of 0.3%. We are off session lows, S&P at 58.38. The Dow down 46, a decline there of 0.1%, while NASDAQ is lower by 35, down by about 0.2%. Again, the 10-year bears repeating 4.20% right now, with the 2-year 4.05%. Gold up 20, even the ounce up 0.7%, 27.39. And we have got West Texas Intermediate crude up now by 2.8%, 72.54. A very busy week for earnings. Among the names out this morning, 3M. It did increase the low end of its 2024 profit forecast, but 3M shares are trading lower now, down by 0.4%. Lockheed Martin shares, they're down 5.5% after third quarter revenue at the defense contractor missed expectations. And General Electric sales fell short of Wall Street's expectations, tempering enthusiasm for its improved profit outlook as the jet engine maker grapples with supply chain limitations. GE down now by 7.7%. So again, recapping, stocks lower with the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all in the red. The S&P down 0.3%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. Balance of Power continues, the Tuesday edition. Back we go to Washington once again. Here he is, Joe Matthew.
All right, Charlie, we thank you. Watching Wall Street, as always, Charlie Pallett featured every day here on Balance of Power on Bloomberg Radio. Thanks for joining us on the satellite radio, if that's how you beam us in, or on YouTube, where you can always find us by searching Bloomberg Business News Live. Coming to you live from our Washington, D.C. bureau every day here, but our eyes, of course, are on just about everywhere else as the candidates settle in for the next 2 weeks, and they've been there for the last 2 weeks, largely in the swing states, none more important than Pennsylvania. And we talk about the closing arguments for the presidential candidates. It's closing argument time for all of the candidates. That includes those for Senate. And this is one of the most closely watched Senate races, and I believe by far the most expensive Senate race in the country right now. Everyone freaked out yesterday when the Cook Political Report weighed in and moved this race between the Democratic incumbent Bob Casey against Republican challenger David McCormick from leans Democratic to toss up. This is as close as it gets, prompting a whole new round of questions about ticket splitting, which most of the experts we talked to here on Bloomberg don't see happening in Pennsylvania. As for the closing arguments, Dave McCormick out with his. This is the closing ad of the campaign, which he spoke directly to the camera to record at West Point. Let's watch and listen.
The United States Military Academy, West Point. It gave me the code I live by: duty, honor, country. I'm Dave McCormick. Our country is stuck, and we've got to make a change. Bob Casey's had 18 years, and he's never made a difference.
He's had 18 years, and he's never made a difference. The closing argument there from David McCormick. Now, I'll bring you back to something I mentioned a little bit earlier, and that's the early vote. This is a big deal. 15 million Americans have already decided who to vote for, and in the case of Pennsylvania, thousands have already chosen between David McCormick and Bob Casey. In fact, we learn now, among the few states, we can learn a lot in Pennsylvania, among the few states that track mail ballots by party registration, here's what we know. More than 580,000 Democrats have already returned their mail ballots in Pennsylvania, compared with 254,000 Republicans. This is why we keep hearing, and remember, Pennsylvania doesn't start counting these till 7 o'clock in the morning on Election Day. They're putting them all on a shelf somewhere deep in the safe waiting for Election Day. That's why you will not likely have a call in Pennsylvania. That's why it will probably look like Donald Trump is winning early on. And he may be, but if he's not, that could change as the mail-in votes are counted. Now, this is where we start our conversation with an expert in Pennsylvania politics. Michael Berkman is with us. Director of the McCourtney Institute for Democracy and Political Science, professor at Penn State University, co-host of the Democracy Works podcast. Michael, welcome back to Bloomberg. It's great to see you. With everything that I just mentioned, knowing that it doesn't get closer than this, how many days are you going to wait for this race to be called in Pennsylvania?
Well, it could. You're correct that this could take a while because the mail-in ballots are going to come in heavily Democratic as they did last year. I mean, you said something like 500,000. It's actually up to 650,000 Democratic ballots have already been returned and 300,000 Republican ballots. But it may be quicker than last year because improvements have been made. Some money's been invested in better machinery in the hopes that Philadelphia and Allegheny counties in particular can get those mail ballots counted quicker. You're correct. The issue is curing. They can't open them until 7 a.m.
That's right. So give me your read. Let's go to ground in Pennsylvania because I'm sitting down here in Washington with a lot of people who think they know what's going on in your state. You can talk to us about the presidential race. They're tied at the hip, it seems, to the Senate race. Is this a 1 or 2 point race in your view, like the polls are showing?
It feels very close, and I have no reason to believe otherwise. And I'm not surprised to see the Casey-McCormick race getting closer. McCormick didn't have quite the name recognition that Casey does. Casey is quite the well-known name in Pennsylvania. So not surprising that he had a big lead early on, but I think we're seeing it converge closer to where the presidential election is, and I suspect we'll see that in other states as well, where Senate candidates and the presidential race seem to be diverging. Because you made an important point at the top, and that is there's just simply not a lot of split-ticket voting anymore.
So talk to me about that. That's the narrative. Everybody's going to leave stuff blank, and we remember what happened in Georgia, and we're seeing wild potential for ticket splitting in Arizona. Why is Pennsylvania an exception?
Well, I mean, split-ticket voting could occur just in 10,000 votes, and it's going to make a huge difference. So even if there's not a lot of it, it could still make a big difference. But just looking back at 2020, we simply didn't see a lot of split-ticket voting between the Senate races and where Biden was. Now, it's going to be different in states where you really have flawed candidates. I think Arizona is probably in that category. But McCormick's a strong candidate, as is Casey. So I expect it's gonna track pretty closely to what we see in the presidential race, which is very close.
It's really interesting when you talk about Pennsylvania and people remember the old James Carville line that you've got, Philadelphia, Pittsburgh, and Alabama in between, or something like that.
Something like that.
How nimble have these candidates been in addressing the very different types of communities and demographics throughout the state? We talk about it like it's one place, but it's not.
No, it's not. And, the old Carville line has a lot of truth to it. There is a lot of areas of Pennsylvania which are quite rural or small towns or, older industrial areas. And that's what Carville was referring to. But, in my view, this election actually decided in the suburbs outside Philadelphia and Pittsburgh. And suburbs are much more competitive right now. Choice is a large issue in these suburbs, especially with women voters. So my eyes are on Bucks County and some of these suburban areas. Now, having said that, what we're seeing the candidates do, Harris, as Biden did, is spending more time out in Republican areas, just trying to cut those vote margins down. I think that's a good strategy on her part. And McCormick as well has been pretty much all over the state as far as I can see.
So you're in State College.
Yeah.
You drive 50 miles in any direction. Who's winning the lawn sign war? Is it Trump?
Oh, without a doubt, it's Trump. That's Trump-McCormick territory once you get outside of State College. I mean, that part of Carville's characterization of the state is absolutely correct. You get outside of State College, which is relatively blue, and you're in a sea of red. But what I don't think Carville had quite right, going back, 1992, is that the suburbs have become much more of a battleground within Pennsylvania.
How'd the McDonald's stunt play? Because it was aimed at the very area you're sitting in here, and people said, wait, he didn't really make anything. He was in there for 5 minutes. They closed the restaurant. But those optics work for a lot of people, Professor.
Do they? I don't know. I had visions of Michael Dukakis riding around in a tank a little bit because it was just,
man.
the thought of
I drew that comparison in advance. You're the first person who said that. Is that what happened? He put on the helmet in your view?
A little bit. I mean, it seemed really incongruous to me. Donald Trump working at a McDonald's. I mean, I know he likes McDonald's, but who am I to say? It could have been an effective stunt. He certainly got a lot of play on it. I agree with you. It didn't get slammed down quite like Michael Dukakis did at the time, but that was my reaction to it.
You see him shaking those fries, Cece. He did it like he meant it. Producer Cece says, stolen wage worker valor. Professor, he didn't want to take the question on the minimum wage. Was that a missed opportunity?
Well, and that is part of it, isn't it? I mean, if you're going to do something like that, then it seems like that's the kind of issue that you would be prepared to really talk on. At least that's what people that work in McDonald's are thinking about. In my view. That's probably what they're thinking about. He also put extra salt on the fries, but that's different. That's a whole different story.
Well, he says he really loves the salt. We did learn that yesterday. One of the things that jumped off the page, well, I guess I'm one of them. We had fries in here. We talked about it so much the other day we couldn't help. This is really interesting. Della Volpe op-ed in the New York Times. Of course, he's Harvard. He's working with the campaign now, but he's running against the grain. And I wonder your thoughts on this. Among men 18 to 29, he writes, Harris's favorability rating is 44%, 7 points higher than Biden's and 13 points higher than Donald Trump's. Is the sample broken for young people?
It's... The polling of young people is tough because when you start to read crosstabs within these national polls or even the state polls, you're dealing with pretty large margins of error. So, for example, the Harvard poll shows pretty strong support for Harvard. I guess for Harris. I guess that's the poll you're mentioning, right? The Volpe poll that came out
that's right. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, that's the poll you're mentioning. So that's continuing to show strong support for Harris. I go with that more than I do some of the crosstabs. Having said that, I do think there are issues with younger men in particular and Kamala Harris where Donald Trump seems to have particular strength there and is clearly targeting a lot of his campaign towards them. The problem is they're very low propensity voters, so you're taking a risk that these people will turn out to vote. I mean, young men are probably the least likely group of people to vote.
Fascinating. I'm really glad we got to spend some time with Michael Berkman. Thank you, Michael, for being with us as we get the view from Pennsylvania, more specifically from the center of the state there. Really interesting. Director of the McCourtney Institute for Democracy and Political Science Professor, Penn State University. He's got a podcast called Democracy Works. Michael, great conversation. We'll play this to the panel next year. We've got a lot to talk about. Early voting has taken hold, though. If you're just joining us, it's quite a headline. As we sit here on the 22nd of October, 15 million Americans have already voted. They continue to set records by the day in Georgia. Things have changed. And Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzana will weigh in on this campaign coming up next. As you would only hear on the fastest show in politics, thanks for being with us and spending part of your Tuesday. This is Bloomberg.
It's 12:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. Stocks are lower across the board right now, with the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all declining. Wall Street traders and investors paring back bets on aggressive policy easing as the U.S. economy remains robust. The S&P now down 17, a drop now of just about 0.3%. We've got the Dow down 22, decline there of 0.1%, and NASDAQ lower by 52, a drop right now of 0.3%. 10-year 4.20% with a 2-year 4.04%. Gold up $21 the ounce, $27.40 on WTI. That's a gain of 0.8%. And West Texas Intermediate crude up 2.7%, back above $72 a barrel, $72.47 right now on WTI. There is a new round of sluggish data on American manufacturing, and with that story, here's Bloomberg's Vinny Del Giudice.
The Federal Reserve Bank of Richmond's Regional Factory Index dropped again this month. It's been in the red since last year. The data covered the Mid-Atlantic region, parts of which suffered historic hurricane damage. At the same time, this month's reading wasn't quite as weak as September. Over the longer haul, interest rates and seesawing business investment have weighed on manufacturers. Vinny Del Giudice, Bloomberg Radio.
A busy day for earnings news. Verizon Communications out with third-quarter revenue that missed analyst expectations. Verizon down now by 4.5%. Rival T-Mobile US, which reports tomorrow, down 1.3%. And AT&T, which also reports tomorrow, down by 0.6%. Again, recapping, we've got back-to-back losses for the S&P 500 index, down 17 right now, a drop of 0.3%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. Balance of Power continues. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your host, here he is, Joe Matthew.
Thank you so much, Charlie Pellet, every day here on Balance of Power, watching Wall Street for us as we carry forth here in the nation's capital in the world of politics. With the candidates today reaching back to their weak spots. Donald Trump holding a roundtable a little bit earlier, actually might still be going, at Doral at the golf club, Miami. Just wrapped, what's that, a couple hours? A roundtable aimed at reaching Latino voters. Well, Tim Walz gets together with Barack Obama today in Wisconsin in an event, in a tour, if you will, but is not only aimed at early voting, which starts today at Wisconsin, but young black men. Every campaign spending what is now the final 2 weeks of this slog, trying to reach voters who are reportedly not aligned with them. But you read this op-ed in the New York Times today from John Della Volpe, and you just start to wonder. We see public polling. We talk about it here every day. We've got our own Bloomberg News swing state poll. We work with Morning Consult on this. We drill down on the sample sizes, on the methodology. We ask Rick and Jeannie if they matter. In a lot of cases, they don't. It's the internal polling that we don't get to see. And I wonder if Mr. Della Volpe is giving us a little bit of a whiff here. Of course, we've talked to him before on this broadcast. He's the polling director for the Harvard School of Politics, the Kennedy School. And granted, they've got their public polling, but if you look at what he's writing today in an op-ed in the New York Times, a guest essay, Trump's bro whispering could cost Democrats too many young men. And he's got a different take on this. Della Volpe writes, among men 18 to 29, Kamala Harris's favorable rating is 44%, 7 percentage points higher than Joe Biden's, and 13 points higher than Donald Trump's. Our polling also shows, he writes, that while Trump has made significant inroads with young men, more still find Harris more relatable and competent, which is exactly the opposite of what we hear every day. So let's assemble our panel. Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano are with us, as I mentioned, Bloomberg Politics contributors. She is political science professor at Iona University. Rick is partner at Stone Court Capital. Jeannie, where's the truth here?
I like when we talk about bro whispering, Joe. I think that I have to say, I think it's somewhere in the middle. His point is so well taken. There's been so much focus on, Donald Trump's messaging, his ability to go on these podcasts, go to these ultimate fights and appeal to this group. And yet the numbers, if we look at least these numbers he's sharing, show a different story. That said, I think we also need to put this in historical context, because there is truth to the fact that the Democratic Party, take Kamala Harris, Joe Biden out of it, the Democratic Party has lost support amongst young people. And the number one group that they are losing support with is young men who are going over on the Republican side. So I think in the larger context, we are seeing a movement, and I think there are societal reasons for that. Things like graduation rates, which we see at universities all the time. Women make up 60% now of college educated, workforce participation. So those broader societal aspects of this are important. But to his point, the movement is not quite solidified and as stark as we are commonly hearing today, 2 weeks to go in this slog, as you call it, up to the election.
Rick, it does remind us of how much noise could be around these numbers, right? If you're talking about so-called young men, whether they're black, white, Latino, they are probably low propensity and in many cases low information voters. Is it possible to capture their mood politically?
It's awful tough if you're trying to communicate with them. Exactly what you described. A lot of concern about sources of media from traditional media. They don't get their information from the news on television or newspapers, not even traditional news sources on the web. They go to YouTube, they go to podcasts, because in focus groups, they tell you over and over again, everything with the traditional media is filtered. It's got a point of view that's being filtered to you. And they don't think of podcasts and YouTube TV as being filtered. They want raw information. And so whether it's accurate or not is not what they want. They want something that they're getting directly from the generator. And so, the rise of the Joe Rogans is perfect example of what you see in that dynamic. And by the way, a lot of these young men say they get their news from Donald Trump himself, right? And so they watch him in the media and they follow him on his Truth Channel because they feel like they're being informed about what's going on in the country. And I know we scratch our heads and wonder how in the world could anybody be like that, but these are folks who've grown up, in the spectrum of one of the greatest financial disasters in our country's history, 2008. Right. They've had pandemics they've lived through. They've been interrupted in their education systems over and over again. They've been judged through a process of wokeism on, playing too many video games and not watching the right shows. So, it's been a tough slog for Gen Z males, and I think we're seeing the results of that.
I think I feel worse for their parents listening to this. Jeannie, my God, what it is to be a bro in this country. Della Volpe writes, nearly 3/4 of Gen Z men report feeling regularly stressed by an uncertain future, stirring painful memories of the Great Recession, as Rick just mentioned, that they witnessed as children. These feelings erode self-esteem and diminish their interest in personal relationships and long-term planning, leading many to describe their futures as bleak, unclear, and scary. My God, guys, go outside and take a walk while the sun is out. Jeannie, how do you appeal to those emotions when you're trying to paint a hopeful picture of the future?
Tough. And again, I would say, there is widespread alienation amongst young men who feel that their future, their very masculinity is under siege. And this is much, much deeper and broader than Donald Trump. There's so many aspects to this: lower grades, higher unemployment, lower graduation rates. And now they have a whole media that is talking to them in these conservative podcasts like Joe Rogan or Andrew Tate and some of these others. So you couple all of these things and you bring in a Donald Trump, and that is appealing. And we do need, as a society, to speak to these young men and to take their concerns seriously. Let's just think about one issue. Joe Biden has been talking about, trying to get rid of the loans that people have taken out for education. Well, that speaks more to young women who are more likely to have taken out loans and more likely to be in debt than to young men. And so hence you see a drop off in support amongst Democrats. So there's a whole category of issues here, and it's something that is long-term and needs a concerted focus on. We haven't gotten, and I'm glad Rick mentioned the COVID epidemic as well, because all young people lived through that. And I can tell you firsthand from being in the classroom, this is something that they are struggling to come out of their formative high school years. Were largely in their rooms online trying to take classes. It's had an enormous impact we still don't understand.
Wow. Enter the cannabis community for Kamala. Rick, if you can't find young men in the public square, can you find them at the dispensary? Willie Nelson is getting together with the governor of Colorado, Jared Polis, Congresswoman Brittany Peterson, a Democrat from Colorado, and none other than Whoopi Goldberg, to hold a big virtual rally, if you will, for Kamala Harris. It's on Zoom on Thursday to emphasize, quote, the importance of cannabis reform in America, unquote. Last month, Willie Nelson also got together with Doug Emhoff and Beto O'Rourke to hold an event. Is this a way to get to young people?
So when Willie Nelson gets together with Beto O'Rourke and these guys, are they smoking dope in those meetings? I mean, like, I want to know what is going on.
I'm not sure there's a lot, assuming that's a yes.
All right. I may want to be a Democrat someday in my life, I guess. Yeah, I always thought they had more fun than Republicans did. The bottom line is, I think these are sort of, issues that they are grasping on, that they can find little pockets of support that are not generally partisan. In other words, if you're attracted to that issue of legalizing marijuana or decriminalizing marijuana or banking marijuana, then you're probably not easily fit into the Republican or Democratic Party. Then, you probably aren't an active person, paying attention to politics in general. Right. And that's what we're down to in this election is small issues for small constituencies. We are not talking the big moving parts. They're done and they're voting right now. Millions of people have already voted who are in the previous category. Now what we're down to is those people who are not paying that much attention and need to be motivated one way or another. And I guess a little toke on the old Mary Jane will motivate some people.
Okay, Jeannie. So potheads for Pennsylvania, you're on a college campus almost every day. Does this motivate young voters?
No, I do not think so. Sure, you may have larger support for this. They've grown up with marijuana being, decriminalized and all those kinds of things. But I think we do ourselves a disservice when we pretend that young people aren't struggling with the same issues we're all struggling with. Number one there is the cost of living and the economy. These are young people, seniors in college today, who want to get out, they want to get a job, and gosh, they don't want to spend 50 to 75% of their take-home income on housing and rent. They want to be able to maybe get a car, they want to go out and have a good time. So, I think, sure, there may be a small group that are interested in decriminalization and more widespread access. Young people are still listening to Willie Nelson. I don't know. The Democrats are also closing with Bruce Springsteen on Thursday. Well, Bruce Springsteen, didn't he close in 2004? I love The Boss. But if you're targeting young men, I don't know that this is your best bet. I think talk to them like real people with real concerns. Entertain them for sure, but I don't know if these are the entertainers for the young people.
Yeah, he was up there hugging John Kerry. That was 2004, wasn't it, with the guitar on his back? I don't know. Maybe it's because I went to an acting and broadcasting school or something, but it is speaking to people, to Rick's point, Jeannie, I think, who might not be interested in politics at all. If this is really coming down to a couple of voters here, is it not worth the time to send Willie Nelson out there to do something with Whoopi Goldberg in our remaining moment?
I guess if it doesn't cost you much, but I think if you got to choose, I think you got to go with another argument. Listen, Whoopi Goldberg, love her. Willie Nelson, we love him. I don't know. You're going to get those people off the couch if they're smoking.
I understand. Jeannie Shanzano and Rick Davis with The Real Talk here on the fastest show in politics. Our signature panel will be back in our second hour. Kaylee Lyons will come along, too, with a lot more to talk about here on the fastest show in politics on Bloomberg. By the way, question for you. What would you like to hear? You listen to us all day here on Bloomberg. What would you like to hear on Bloomberg Radio? You can help make shows like ours even better by taking our Bloomberg audience survey. How's my driving? Visit youtube.com/Bloomberg Podcast. Click the link in our profile or community section to take the survey hosted by our partners, Material. Fill it out now. We'll have a lot more ahead coming up on the second hour of Balance of Power. Stay with us here on the radio, on the satellite, and on YouTube as we also welcome our global television audience to the conversation. I'm glad you're with us. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington. This is Bloomberg.
politics to the world of business. This is Balance of Power. Live from Washington, D.C.
2 weeks to go, but early voting is setting records. Welcome to the fastest show in politics as we count 14 days to the election and 15 million people already casting ballots. I'm Joe Matthew alongside Kaylee Lines in Washington. Welcome to the Tuesday edition of Balance of Power here on Bloomberg TV and radio. Kaylee, we add the swing state of Wisconsin to the list of early voting states today.
Yep, that is when early voting begins. There will be a visit to Wisconsin today by Tim Walz and former President Barack Obama, perhaps underscoring the importance of that key blue wall state. But you're exactly right. We are seeing incredible numbers from the early vote already in other battlegrounds. According to the Georgia Secretary of State's office, by the end of today, 1 in 4 voters in Georgia will have already cast their ballot.
That's pretty remarkable. We've seen daily record after daily record in Georgia, and in some of the states like Pennsylvania, where we can actually track registration by party. In that critical swing state, Democrats are beating Republicans by about 2 to 1 on the early voting front, reminding us it's going to be a while before we find out who won these states.
Yeah, and there could be a mirage effect if one candidate is leading early. That's not necessarily going to stay the case the entire way through. And of course, in these final 2 weeks, while many votes have been cast, there is still the battle going for those undecided votes that may remain out there, including key demographics like Latino voters, with Donald Trump holding a Latino-focused roundtable in Florida today. Kamala Harris will be doing an interview with Telemundo, and we're going to have more on that vote in particular with the president and CEO of Voto Latino this hour.
Yeah, great conversation to look forward to. Stephen Dennis from Bloomberg's politics team will be with us, as well as our signature panel coming up next. Jeannie Shanzano and Rick Davis with 2 weeks until Election Day.
But we begin, as always, with a check on the markets. So let's go to Charlie Pellet with a look at that from New York. Hey, Charlie.
Thank you very much, Kaylee and Joe. We are looking at a fluctuating Dow Jones Industrial Average right now. Right to the numbers, because we got the Dow just turning higher now, up by 2 points. Little change, perhaps the key takeaway there. S&P down 9, drop there of 0.2%. NASDAQ lower by 7 right now. Well off session lows, drop there of just under 0.1%. The Russell 2000 index of small cap shares down.
Great a business as a business, casualty insurance. It's a tough game. There are temptations to be stupid in it. It's like banking. Once I asked the man who just left a large investment bank, and I said, "How does your firm make its money?" He said, "Off the top, off the bottom, off both sides, and in the middle." The general system for money management requires people to pretend that they can do something that they can't do, and to pretend to like it when they really don't. And I think that's a terrible way to spend your life, but it's very well paid.
I'm in. I'll raise. I fold. Where's Warren? Well, unfortunately, I wasn't Warren's type. Oh. Well, who needs a billionaire anyway, right? Oh, I got myself a billionaire. It's just not Warren. Come in, sweetie.
Hi, girls.
This is Charlie. Hi, Charlie. You come here and sit right down, and I will grab us a couple of beers.
Deal me in. Is this really Jamie Lee Curtis?
Is this really Mr. Hunger? I mean, Munger, excuse me. Please call me Jamie as long as I can call you Charlie.
Hi, Charlie. I'm Susan Lucci. Oh, haven't you heard about the deal between Warren and me? He's going to be a big star in All My Children, and I'm going to be taking over Berkshire Hathaway.
Well, you certainly got some important qualities that Warren lacks.
Well, thank you, Charlie. There's some changes I really think we need to make around here. The first thing we need to look at is our dividend policy. I have never heard of anything so cheap and so unfair to our wonderful shareholders. We need to change it.
Sounds good to me. Charlie, have you seen the new trailer for Iron Man 3? It's really amazing. Iron who? Charlie will get on his knees for you. I can check, please. Yeah. Do we have a deal?
Okay, yes.
Okay. Charlie, it's about time. I'm right up.
Who's that, Charlie? Oh, give me the phone. Give me the phone. Give me the phone. Charlie, it's Jamie.
Oh, it's so fun talking to you, too.
1, 2, 3. Hi,
Warren Buffett.
piece of brittle back in the batch. I'll try that. Contaminated the whole thing. Charlie? It's done. Slick, yo. Brittle, bitches.
Whether he can maintain that support among enough of those blue-collar voters who are sort of voting Republican up and down the ballot more and more. You know, Brown's now the last Democrat standing essentially statewide. And if you look at a county like Mahoning County, where Youngstown is long a Democratic stronghold, you know, Mitt Romney only won 35% there, but Donald Trump won it outright in 2020. And the last time Brown ran in 2018, he won by 20 himself. J.D. Vance won it 4 years later by 3. So there are a lot of these crossover voters that I tried to talk to for about a week in Ohio, and they're split. There's some who are now going with Moreno, and there's some who are undecided, including the UAW shop chairman at the Ultium Cells factory, exactly the kind of person that Brown's trying to appeal to. That's at a plant that's benefited from billions of dollars from Joe Biden's, you know, climate law.
Well, if we consider benefiting from dollars, Steve, as Joe mentioned, this is a very expensive race. $500 million spent, some $40 million spent by crypto PAC money specifically. What difference is the money making?
You know, if you go there, you know, you talk to voters, they are being inundated with these attack ads going after Sherrod Brown on things like transgender issues, which he's very upset about, feels like these ads are lies. Moreno's also very upset about the ads against him, and it's just nonstop attack ads mostly. One of the issues that Brown also hopes will carry the day with some Trump voters is abortion rights. This is an issue where Ohio voted last year 57-43 to enshrine abortion rights in the Constitution, despite the fact that it's a Trump state. So that's an issue where there are crossover voters that Brown's really trying to appeal to. And I did talk to one Trump voter, a woman in just north of Youngstown, who told me that she was offended by Bernie Moreno's comment the other day that sort of mocking suburban women who prioritize abortion rights, especially if they're over 50. She didn't like that. You know, she said she's going to vote for Brown, trusts him, feels like he has done the right thing for workers there, and also cited the trade policies that Brown has supported in the past. So, you know, the question is how many of those voters are there? The polling suggests that Brown's not doing as well with Trump voters as he did 6 years ago when he won by more than 6 points. But could it be enough to win? And that's like the $500 million question here.
Find the story on the terminal and online. In Rust Belt, Ohio, where Stephen Dennis just spent some good time reporting, a senator fights to hang on in Trump's turf. I'm Joe Matthew alongside Kaylee Lyons in Washington as we assemble our panel for their take on this and more stories today on the campaign trail. Jeannie Shanzano is with us, a political science professor at Iona University. Rick Davis, partner at Stone Court Capital. Great to see both of you here. Jeannie, this is one of those states where Kamala Harris probably will not help the incumbent. There are some times when Kamala Harris can help being on stage, actually showing up to stump in person, and other times where it's actually more helpful to stay away. Is this one of them?
Yeah, it probably is. And it's such a fascinating story. The idea that Brown could hold a state where Trump is, you know, in all likelihood might win by 10 plus or minus points. It's an incredible story. But yeah, she doesn't need, you know, Kamala Harris, certainly Joe Biden out there. He's got to handle this on his own, as you just talked about.
Well, it raises the question of how much in these battleground states, Ohio not being one, Rick, we could expect there to be a difference in the outcome of what party wins control of that Senate seat versus wins the presidential vote in these states. If you look at where there are contests in Michigan, in Wisconsin, in states like Arizona and Pennsylvania, which we talked about yesterday, do you expect that in all likelihood, if Donald Trump is winning these states, that Republicans may be performing better than polls currently suggest in those Senate races?
Well, it certainly has the potential to give you an uplift if the top of your ticket is, winning. And we've seen in the last 4, maybe 5 elections for president that the national party candidate really decides the outcome of the down ballot races, right? We have very few examples where we've had a Republican win like Trump did in 2016, and in a state where a governor's a Republican and the senator doesn't win, who's a Republican. I mean, we've become very homogeneous in our geography of politics. And so, I think that this is probably a year that's not kind to incumbents in general. So we've seen incumbents struggle a little bit from both parties, I might add. And so the uplift that you're hoping is at the top of the ticket really drives turnout. I would say, slightly different than in the past, the Republican Party's offloaded its turnout mechanism to Elon Musk, so it doesn't have firm control over who gets turned out. So how would you like to be, the Bernie Moreno candidate who isn't getting the cooperation from Musk because he's only doing turnout in places like targeted states, and he could use some of that money and effort done in Colorado?
Boy, pretty fascinating dynamic here, once again involving Elon Musk, with a group of former Republican lawmakers, advisors, and Justice Department officials now sending a letter to Merrick Garland to investigate this sweepstakes idea that we talked about. Jeannie, he's giving away $1 million a day. I still wonder how many Democrats end up capturing those checks. Is Elon Musk the most important person, not named Trump or Harris, in this presidential campaign?
He certainly is one of them. I would just add to the list, not quite up there with Elon Musk, but Charlie Kirk is also supposed to be handling some of this turnout for the Republicans. And both of these are untested in this realm. So we'll have to see how they do. And I can just tell you this just off, just from a conversation I just had with a student from Pennsylvania who said Elon Musk was at her high school, and in order to enter the place, you had to sign. So it's going to be interesting to see how these legal questions on this sweepstakes turn out. But I do think that it is an important issue to think that you now have a major party in the Republican Party at 2 weeks to go here who are giving to the wealthiest man probably ever in the world, Elon Musk, and then Charlie Kirk, the drivers, the keys to turnout for a very, very close election. It would make me nervous if I was a Republican, depending on them, if only because they are so untested in this realm.
Well, Elon Musk, of course, someone we spend a lot of time talking about here on Bloomberg TV and radio, along with other figures in the Wall Street world, including the likes of Jamie Dimon, the CEO of JP Morgan Chase, which the New York Times is reporting today that he privately supports Kamala Harris, but is afraid to say so for fear of blowback if Donald Trump wins. He also has expressed in private, according to sources familiar with the matter, interest in serving in a Harris administration, perhaps as Treasury Secretary. Jeannie, would it make any difference to Kamala Harris's campaign at this point in the race if Jamie Dimon were to express the support out loud and vocally?
I think it may along the edges, although I have to say most of the people who would probably be listening and hearing and moved by that have already made up their mind. It can't hurt if he says publicly he supports her, but I think, it's very clear that for him and his company, it is probably best not to do that. And I'm just thinking back to our conversation about McDonald's yesterday and Charlie Pellet telling us that they came out very swiftly to say they are gold, not red or blue. And I think that's probably wise and sage advice for a lot of these companies, because there's very little benefit to them to alienate either their customers, their shareholders, or quite frankly, the people who work for them by expressing support in that way.
Rick, you're well-versed in the investment community as a partner at Stone Court Capital. What impact would that have, Jamie Dimon, on your team this stage of the campaign?
Well, you probably would have hoped that it had happened a long time ago, because obviously He is a blackbird in Wall Street. He brings other people with him. He brings an enormous amount of capacity to fundraise. And so that financing isn't going to be really that, readily available in the last 2 weeks of the election. I think it adds a lot of credibility and seriousness to the Harris effort. And look, I mean, Wall Street a long time ago gave up this notion that capitalists don't play in politics. The only thing different between capitalists and politicians are politicians want money and capitalists want power. So sooner or later they converge. And that's what I think you see a little bit of Jamie Dimon doing right now, is seeing the potential for power.
Well, as we think about Wall Street, it does remind us that Donald Trump is going to be spending time in New York this weekend, a rally scheduled for Sunday at Madison Square Garden. We've spent some time analyzing why exactly he would be spending any time not in a swing state at this point. But we also learned today, Rick, that Kamala Harris will be visiting a non-swing state too. She's going to Texas on Friday, Houston specifically, to highlight abortion rights. Rick, is that a good use of her time? Just 10 days out from Election Day?
A complete and utter waste of a perfectly good campaign day. I mean, I really don't get it. There's no evidence for her that she's been able to dominate the media by just showing up in some, random place and driving news. She has a different problem than Donald Trump. Donald Trump can generate news from his toilet in Mar-a-Lago. It doesn't really matter where he is. And she needs to spend time in these states that are swing states, and Texas is not a swing state. That Senate race is not a swing Senate race. She is wasting perfectly good time that is not readily replaceable in her campaign by showing up in Texas. Maybe it's a sought to trying to get more Hispanic vote, which she's doing today, by doing a taping for 30 minutes for, I think it's a Telemundo interview. But the reality is, spend time in Pennsylvania. You can't win without it.
Jeannie, she's got interviews today on NBC and then Telemundo, as Rick just mentioned. Off the trail, no big rallies today. We've only got a minute left. There's something I've been meaning to ask you both about that's been really interesting to see. Kamala Harris using sound cuts, the way we do here on TV and radio, playing clips of Donald Trump to make points during her rallies. He has now started using his own campaign ads to play as clips. Is this effective?
I think it is effective for her. She's calling for those sots, Joe. She wants them. And, hey, listen, when she's going to pull out stuff that she thinks is unhinged that he said, she thinks it's effective. And I would say I disagree with Rick on Texas, because she's closing on abortion. And Texas is the epicenter of the abortion bans. She's got people like Katie Cox and other women victimized down there. And this is a critical part of her strategy. She started out the year talking about reproductive health, and she's coming back to it. It's not a swing state, but it's an important issue.
All right, Jeannie Shanzano and Rick Davis, our signature political panel. Thank you both for joining us. We'll have more ahead with the president and CEO of Voto Latino. Look at that demographic specifically right here on Bloomberg TV and radio.
It's 121 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We have got stocks, at least NASDAQ, fluctuating between gains and losses. Still red on the screen right now. Last update, we told you the Dow was higher right now, definitely in the red, down 24. A drop now of just about 0.1%. S&P 500 index lower by 10, well off session lows, but still down 0.2%. And NASDAQ right now, little changed on the day, down by just 2 points. 10-year at 4.19%, with a 2-year 4.04%. Spot gold advancing 1% today. Spot at $27.47 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude up 2.5%. WTI 72.36 a barrel on crude. Stocks are seeing their first back-to-back drop in 6 weeks as traders weigh prospects of a slower pace of Fed rate cuts. Again, the S&P down now by 10 points, down 0.2%. The 10-year 4.19%. Earnings news. 3M increased the low end of its 2024 profit forecast. It also reported third quarter earnings that did top analyst estimates, but the shares are lower. 3M down now by just about 1.8%. Lockheed Martin shares, they are lower, down 5.9%. Third quarter revenue missed expectations, and GE sales also came up short of Wall Street's expectations. General Electric dropping today by 8.5%. Again, recapping, red on the screen right now with the S&P down 10, lower by 0.2%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now, wherever you get your podcasts. Balance of Power continues. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your hosts, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lyons.
All right, Charlie Pellet, thank you. Watching Wall Street for us every day here on the fastest show in politics. Thanks for being with us on Balance of Power, the Tuesday edition on Bloomberg TV and radio. I am Joe Matthew alongside Kaylee Lyons in Washington. Following the candidates on the trail today as Kamala Harris steps away from the rallies to stop down for a couple of interviews, one on NBC News, the other Telemundo, and it coincides. This is not an accident, of course. Kaylee, the decisions that are made at this stage of the game. We are 2 weeks out, 2 weeks from today.
Yep.
And we know for a fact that Kamala Harris is trying hard to appeal to young black men, to young Latinos. And this has really become not only a gender gap, but a big age gap in this campaign.
Absolutely. And Donald Trump is trying to court some of these voters as well, which is why we saw him holding a Latino-focused roundtable in Florida earlier today. So it's certainly a key demographic, which is why we're paying such close attention to the polling around this, including one that just hit yesterday from Voto Latino that looks specifically at the battleground states and finds 64% of support among the Latino vote for Harris, 31% for Trump. But there's an interesting geographic breakdown here that we want to get into, as this voting bloc, like all others, is not a monolith. So let's dig into the details now with Maria Teresa Kumar. She is Voto Latino president and CEO, joining us here on Balance of Power. Maria Teresa, welcome. It's great to have you. It's noteworthy to look at how the numbers are different depending on which battleground state we're looking at. In Michigan, for example, 62% of Latino respondents vote support for Harris. In Pennsylvania, that number is 77%. It's 66% in Arizona. How are you looking at the geographic question here?
That's the right question to ask, because oftentimes the polls are national and we want to look specifically on what is mobilizing voters where. I will share with you, we have never seen such enthusiasm by Latino voters for a Democratic candidate as we're seeing in Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania is actually in the pack at 77%. To give you an idea, in 2020, Biden, when you looked at generational divide among Latinos, he was at 70% and really didn't break that fever among young voters. So she's really pulling ahead. The place that we're finding that she is neck to neck right now in the Latino community is in Nevada. And I can share with you, Kaylee, we were in Nevada over the weekend with partners in SEIU. We were door knocking, we were listening to the voters. And what we keep hearing is that for them, housing is the #1 issue. To really appreciate it, Kaylee, we were talking to one potential voter, and he said, look, I am 24 years old. I was, 3 years ago, I was paying $700 in rent, and now I'm paying over $1,200 in rent, and my wages have not come up. So any way that the campaign can talk more about the fact that on their platform, they are thinking of increasing 3 million individual low-income housings under her platform, that's important. Talking about $25,000 for first-time homebuyers, you're talking about as someone in a different socioeconomic gap. It's not the one, that's not the message for young people. And I will share with you the biggest potential that both candidates have is like, how do you mobilize the young voter in the African American community, young voter in the Latino community? Because it was the young voter in Arizona and in Nevada in 2022 that basically secured a Democratic Senate, because they were the last ones to vote. They were low propensity information voters. And so with less than 20 days out, now's the time to really give for the candidates to talk to these voters specifically about the issues and try to break through that noise.
Maria, I want to go back to April for a little context on your poll. As Kaylee mentioned, you found 64% of respondents support Harris in the swing states, 31% Trump, 5% third party. In April, again, she had 64%. Joe Biden had 48%. Donald Trump right around where he is now. He had 33, and there was a 12% reading for RFK Jr. RFK is out of the race, but it takes more than his votes to get Kamala Harris to 64%. When you see an instant reaction like that by changing the top of the ticket, what is it about Kamala Harris that appeals to this community?
Joe, you're incredibly astute. It was the first time that we had seen Latino voters actually shifting from Donald Trump to Kamala Harris. And one of the things that we were able to find in our polling and our surveys was that these individuals, her story appealed to them. She is the first candidate that doesn't have to be explained what it means to have parents who have immigrant roots, to navigate America as a multicultural, bicultural woman. And that in itself resonated. She also doesn't have to speak about the virtues of abortion access. What most folks don't realize is that in the Latino community, while the average age of a white voter is 45 years old, the average age of a Latino voter is 31. These are individuals, specifically women, that are in their prime of their reproductive lives, and they want to make sure that they have access to abortion care. So once she got on top of the ticket, they believed her when she said that she wanted to codify Roe versus Wade. And in all our surveys that we find, the number one issue is housing. The second issue is abortion access. And so in a place where you have ballot initiatives in Nevada, in Arizona, even in Florida, that is going to be, I believe, a stealth weapon in mobilizing a lot of these folks that might be soft right now, but that recognize that at the end of the day, it's going to be about abortion access in their local state.
Well, Maria Teresa, Donald Trump has made attempts to tie some of these issues to the wider issue of immigration, suggesting, for example, that the flood of migrants that have come to the U.S. are crowding out hospitals, making it harder for people to access health care, that they're bringing up housing costs, although economically, of course, that has been disputed. And there's a massive question about what the economic impact of mass deportation of millions of people who have not come here through legal means would mean for the U.S. economy. What is the right way to approach the immigration question for Latino voters? What do you hear from them?
Kaylee?
Can you hear us, Maria? We can hear you if you can hear us.
I think we might have lost our connection.
All right. Well, it is something to consider, and we've had many conversations about this in recent weeks, Joe. The economics, potentially, of the kind of abortion policy that Donald Trump, or immigration mass deportation policy that Donald Trump is suggesting, what that would do to the workforce and labor supply in some of these exact states that we're talking about that do rely on undocumented labor to get a lot of work done.
Yeah, I think Maria is back with us, speaking from Voto Latino, where she's president and CEO. Maria, if you can hear us, I wonder your thoughts on these economic impacts that Kaylee's talking about.
Well, I think, Kaylee, most folks, when they hear mass deportation, oftentimes they don't realize that policy itself would just ravage local communities. When you see the contributions of immigrants, whether they are undocumented or here with papers, they are a massive contributors to our Social Security. They're massive contributors to our Treasury coffers at the state and local and national level. So that is kind of like a non-starter, and it should be a non-starter for every single American. My concern around this mass deportation, though, is that even if it's not done in an official act, there will be plenty of folks that follow Donald Trump on the extreme that basically says, okay, I got a wink and a nod, that folks that seem undocumented can be targets for racial harassment. And we saw that extensively, sadly, when Donald Trump was at the White House. With folks remember the El Paso massacre, it basically took a tweet from the then president to encourage someone to jump in their car and drive 10 hours and kill 23 innocent Americans who happened to be of Mexican descent. But I do think that the opportunity on the Harris side is to divorce what's happening at the border and address the individuals that have been here for 10, 20 years, that have been paying their taxes, that still don't have proper documentation because the system is fundamentally broken. All our polling shows is that when you focus specifically on that domestic policy issue, not only does it mobilize and encourage voters in the Latino community to vote, but it's also an essential issue among white, independent, moderate voters. And sometimes people ask me, why is that? And I said, well, that independent, moderate white voter might have a business where this undocumented person has been working with them side by side for, decades, or they could be a spouse. And so it's really recognizing that we have to have a real conversation after the election around what it means to be American and what it means to have immigrants among us, because it is America's secret sauce. It is the reason why we have a competitive advantage across the world. And, Kaylee, you don't have to take my word for it. When you look at election interference that's coming from foreign folks, it is around the issue of immigrants and race, something that was widely underreported. What happened in Springfield, Ohio, where you saw bomb threats that were targeting local high schools and local schools, a good quarter of them came from abroad. Those phone calls were coming from foreign interference. And it begs the question, why do folks want to disrupt one of the basic economic engines of our country, that is the contributions of immigrants to our economy every single day? And so I would encourage us to have that conversation post-election, but I also think that it's vital for our economy to understand the contributions that these groups make every single day to our country.
Maria Teresa, we have just about a minute left here, but if there's going to be real immigration reform, I think we all know a lot of that has to come from Congress. Are you seeing the same kind of patterns in the down ballot races as you're seeing in the presidential race among Latino voters right now?
So it's really interesting. Even in April, if you look at our stuff in April, Democrats were overwhelmingly winning in the down ballots. And so it says that the Latino community really does espouse a lot of the Democratic platforms, but they were very soft on the top of the ticket candidate. And so this is going to be very much neck to neck. I am curious to see what happens in the Senate, because that is absolutely one that no one knows. You have Tester really having a hard time, I think, putting it over the top. But is there going to be wiggle room where Colin Allred takes it away in Texas? And if he does, it's going to be because of the Latino vote, and it's going to be because of the youth vote in Texas.
Maria, come see us again. She's president and CEO of Voto Latino, an important voice in this campaign. Maria Teresa Kumar, thank you so much for joining. On Balance of Power, the fastest show in politics continues as we turn our attention to the poly market and crypto. Kaylee, an important conversation coming up next. We got a lot going on today here on Bloomberg TV and radio.
Yep, the chairman of the CFTC, Rostin Benham, will be with us as he participates in the Bloomberg Global Regulatory Forum. That's straight ahead here on Bloomberg TV and radio.
It's 1:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We are looking at a mixed U.S. stock market right now. Dow Industrials higher, S&P in the red, NASDAQ in the green right now, right to the numbers. S&P up 31, up 0.2%. The S&P lower by 2 points, well off session lows, little changed. The Dow up 23, up by about 0.1%. 10-year 4.19%, the 2-year 4.02%. Spot gold up 1%, 27.46 the ounce, and West Texas Intermediate crude oil up 2.3%, 72.23 a barrel. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. Balance of Power continues, the Tuesday edition. Back you go to Washington. Once again, your hosts, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Limes.
All right, Charlie Pellet, we thank you as ever watching Wall Street for us here from World Headquarters in New York. I'm alongside Kaylee in Washington, where we bring you the fastest show in politics every day here on Bloomberg TV and radio. 2 weeks to go as we watch not only the polls, but interestingly, the poly market and what people are betting on here, what Wall Street thinks, and the amount of money that at least some traders are willing to put on the outcome of this election. Kaylee, it's already happening. Americans can legally wager millions of dollars on this campaign, but we've been reminding our audience, as we've heard from a lot of smart people on this program, that it takes very little to manipulate the outcome of a betting market like this. One big wager can skew this one way or the other, so it may not be worth comparing it to a poll.
Yeah, and this is a concern that the Commodities Futures Trading Commission has raised.
That's for sure.
About these politically oriented events contracts and the way in which these things could be skewed. But the CFTC to this point has not won in court. As you mentioned, 2 court rulings have allowed these things to be trading with 2 weeks to go until the election. And it's to the chair of the CFTC we turn to next. He is joining us from global headquarters in New York, where he is taking part in Bloomberg's Global Regulatory Forum and is kind to spend a few minutes with us here on Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio. Rustin Benham. Mr. Chairman, thank you for being here. You have repeatedly said that the CFTC should not be an elections cop. So what is your recourse going forward, as we are already seeing this happening? What do you expect could actually change in terms of how this kind of betting activity could influence American elections?
Kaylee and Joe, thanks. It's great to be with you. And, you know, as you said, a court, district court in D.C. made a decision just over a month ago, and we did appeal to the Court of Appeals for a stay on the actual contracts. Both were denied. We respect those decisions, and, you know, we will regulate those markets as we can, as best we can. We are appealing the actual case on its merits. What we appealed for was a stay on the listing of the contracts and trading. That was refused, but we still are going to challenge the legal arguments on its merits, and we'll see what happens there. That will take some time. But in the meantime, you know, we have registered entities, a number of them who are listing these contracts. We're going to monitor the markets. We're going to surveil the markets. We're going to do everything we do that we typically do with registrants, whether it's the brokers, the exchanges, the data that we collect. And my position hasn't changed. I've said this many times. The position of the commission has actually been pretty consistent for the better part of a decade, that we don't believe listing event contracts on political elections is legal. But, you know, while we have this ongoing legal challenge, we'll allow them, and we're going to do what we can to protect the integrity of the markets. As you mentioned in the beginning, this does pull us into being an election cop. Whether or not there's manipulation and fraud, you know, remains to be seen. But we will monitor markets. We will take tips or you know, any information we get from the general public, and we'll pursue any action as we do in any part of our markets.
Well, so, Mr. Chairman, you've got a little problem here that you never asked for. And I wonder if you could put a finer point on your ability to detect fraud in this system and the powers or authorities that you and your agency has to combat them. How do you go about this?
Yeah, Joe, it's a good question. And, you know, we have typical regulatory authorities over registrants. As I said, you know, we get to register the exchanges and the brokers, the individuals. We get a sense of how they conduct their business, and we're able to ask questions and do examinations, collect data to monitor trading patterns. And I think really that gets to the heart of your question in terms of anomalous trading patterns and seeing what the data gives us. So much of our enforcement program across the board in this space and traditional derivatives contracts is driven actually by information from the public and market participants. If they observe anomalies in trading or positions that may be skewed off of, you know, sort of a supply-demand price discovery. So we're going to treat these products in this current state we are right now as we would treat any other product. Obviously, you know, with elections being the underlying reference here, it is new for us to examine, but we're going to use the same tools and the same expertise that we've brought to derivatives markets and commodity markets for decades. And, you know, if we do see something or if we hear about something, we will pursue it. In the meantime, you know, we'll continue to vigorously fight the case in court and see what the outcome is in the appellate court. We have seen a fair amount of members of Congress weigh in on this publicly. I have had a number of conversations too, and I think there's a little bit of consternation from some, not all, about what this means. And we've seen a broad listing of these contracts across just control of one body of the Congress, whether it's the House or the Senate. So these contracts will continue to grow, and we're going to have to monitor them closely. And as I said, and as you mentioned, you know, this is not necessarily something I believe is within our authority or legal, but we will do the job given the court's decision.
Well, and of course, some people will have their bets proven right, some won't. This election will have an outcome, and the future of the regulatory authority of the CFTC could be influenced by election outcomes, not just at the presidential level, but also what you were just speaking to, the congressional level. Whether or not you get to continue forward as CFTC chair, sir, do you expect any future chair will have the same struggles that you've had in regard to regulating crypto, for example, without guaranteed delineated authority given by Congress?
Yeah, I don't think anything's going to change for my successors, whenever and whoever they may be. The fact of the matter is a number of these tokens are commodities under current law, and the CFTC is a derivatives regulator. We don't regulate underlying cash markets, whether it's in the agricultural space, the energy space, or the financial space. And, you know, this is technology, this is disruption, this is a new asset class. These things happen constantly over time. And I think it's just we're at an inflection point. And as you point out, Kaylee, I've been sort of ringing the bell for a number of years now because we've made observations as the CFTC, as chair myself, about a growing market, a market that's proven to be sustainable, a market that has continued interest from both retail investors and institutional investors. And when you have those ingredients, I think it's really important that we react from a policy perspective. So we're doing what we can with the tools that we have at the CFTC, which is enforcement authority over fraud and manipulation. But what we don't have over these underlying cash markets is the traditional regulatory tools that we bring to traditional derivatives markets. That's registration, that's surveillance, that's examination, that's governance requirements, that's financial resource requirements. All of these components that have made, in my view, you know, American capital markets the best and the strongest in the world. We've seen a shift, I think, in the sentiment of Congress over the past, call it 12 months, certainly different than 2 or 3 years ago when I was first talking about this, and even 5 or 6 years ago when this first became an issue for the CFTC, and I started having thoughts internally and discussing it. But I do think as we get into a new administration, a new president, and a new Congress, I think there's going to be an appetite, given that sustainability of the asset class and the desire from a lot of retail and institutional investors to see a regulatory structure around crypto.
Well, regulatory structure is one thing. Actual money to do that work is another, Mr. Chairman. If Congress does not allow more allocation toward spending money in order to regulate crypto, how do you allocate the agency's resources to be dealing with that still relatively nascent market and all of your traditional obligations to traditional finance at the same time?
Yeah, it's difficult. And, you know, our markets are very large. At the derivatives markets, they're global markets, trillion-dollar markets, and huge responsibility in terms of oversight and financial resilience, market resilience, and financial stability. And that has been a point of frustration for me because we have a lot of new entrants in the space, in the crypto space, that are coming to be registered as futures brokers and exchanges, but also this underlying market that is consuming a lot of our enforcement bandwidth. So it is a challenge. We'll, you know, use the resources we have. We always have as an agency. Certainly, I think if there is new legislation coming down the road, I've vigorously advocated that any new authority would have to be paired with resources. But it does put the agency in a little bit of a difficult position where we are stretched thin. You know, we're constantly dealing with new markets, new asset classes, new participants. And that is, you know, a product of growing markets, a product of increased retail demand and institutional demand. And I think that's a positive thing generally speaking, but I think it's important from a DC and policy perspective that we understand what is changing, how markets are evolving, and that the agencies evolve with markets. And that's not only from a personnel and expertise standpoint, that's an authority standpoint, and ultimately, to the point of your question, that is also a resource issue that we have to address as well.
Well, Mr. Chairman, it's great to have you with us today on Bloomberg TV and radio. Speaking from the crypto frontier, Chairman Ross Benham, Commodity Futures Trading Commission. I should note here for our audience, Kaylee, his discussion with Bloomberg's Mary Shapiro is coming up in just about 10 minutes from right now, 2 p.m. Eastern Time at the Bloomberg Global Regulatory Forum, and you can tune in on the terminal at Live Go. Really interesting take on a story that's still unfolding. There seems to be this idea that everything's going to change around the election. I'm not sure the chairman feels it will.
Well, yeah, we just heard him say he thinks his future successor, whenever that day comes, might be faced with these same challenges of this CFTC needing delineated regulatory authority separate from the Securities and Exchange Commission to oversee some of these markets, including crypto. This is an ongoing discussion that, of course, is being had, and they have every day in crypto world, including on Bloomberg Crypto, which Tim Stenovic hosts, in addition to Bloomberg Business Week, where you find him every day at 2 p.m. Eastern Time right here on Bloomberg TV and radio. Tim is joining us now. And Tim, you have a special Bloomberg Crypto coming up tomorrow. Well, you'll be talking to people live here in D.C. at D.C. FinTech Week. I would imagine these regulatory jurisdictional questions will be featuring heavily on the agenda, as we have seen in years past.
Yeah, regulatory jurisdictional questions, certainly. One thing that is unique about this year, though, and I don't know if I need to tell you guys this, but we're 2 weeks away from a pretty big election. So that's going to certainly be top of mind, not just at the ongoing DC FinTech Week that started yesterday and continues tomorrow, or started today rather, and continues tomorrow, but also on the minds of, where political donations are going, who's making those donations. I thought it was so interesting just now with your interview just now with the chairman. He mentioned a changing sort of tone, a changing idea over the last 12 months in Congress. I wonder to what extent that has to do with the massive amounts of money that have been spent when it comes to lobbying from these crypto firms.
Yep, this is a great question, Tim. And Chairman Benham also made it pretty clear, as Kaylee asked him post-election, what that world would look like, that the new boss might look a lot like the old boss when it comes to Congress. And I wonder, when you talk to people in the crypto space, is that who they see as the bad guy, the boogeyman in Washington, or is it the other end of Pennsylvania Avenue?
I think it's fair to say that they don't look too kindly right now on SEC Chair Gary Gensler. That is sort of
that we know.
Yeah, that is sort of the boogeyman right now, which I always think is an interesting thing to hear from these crypto guests, because if you think about what the last year for crypto has looked like, what have we seen? We've seen ETFs for Bitcoin. We've seen ETFs for Ethereum approved. Yes, it's been approved through the legal process, but it's kind of easier to buy this stuff than ever before. And still, they're looking for sort of a clearer note from regulators.
Yeah, I mean, I've been speaking with a few people in the industry, Tim, who have told me that Kamala Harris may not be as full-throated in her support of crypto as we're seeing Donald Trump, but at the very least, she is calling for the same kind of regulatory framework, using the same language the industry has been using for some time. So perhaps both of them are seen as at least friendlier to the current administration when it comes to this. I'm sure you're going to have some great conversations around this tomorrow on the special Bloomberg Crypto. Just tell us quickly who you'll be talking to, Tim.
So we're going to start off the show with Brad Garlinghouse, the CEO of Ripple, and it's an interesting conversation because, when it comes to crypto, you obviously associate a lot of the early support over the last few months to Donald Trump, but the Ripple co-founder and executive chairman just donated $10 million more in XRP to Kamala Harris and has come out in support of her. We've seen a change in tone from her over the last few weeks when it comes to embracing this or thinking about embracing it. So we're going to talk a lot about the politics of it, and then, of course, all the challenges that Ripple has faced over the last few weeks when it comes to, or over the last few years when it comes to regulation. Yelena McWilliams, who is the former chair of the FDIC, is going to be joining us as well. She's now a partner at Cravath, Swaine & Moore, all talking about CBDCs and crypto. And then we're talking stablecoins with Anna Yuan, the founder over at Perena, formerly in charge of stablecoins over at Solana, plus many more great interviews tomorrow.
Man, this is crypto heaven with Tim Stanovic. Tim, what a rare treat to spend some time together. They might not have told you, but you need to host a show before that.
Yeah.
Bloomberg Business Week follows this one.
I'm there.
Right here on Bloomberg Radio. Good, I bet you are. Say hi to Carol for us. I'm Joe Matthew alongside Kaylee Lyons, and we will continue our conversation coming up at 5 p.m. Eastern Time on the late edition of Balance of Power. Raja Krishnamurthy, the ranking member of the China Select Committee, will be with us, among others, tonight. A lot to look forward to.
Yep, a lot in the geopolitical realm to pay attention to, in addition to domestic politics, with just 2 weeks to go until Election Day. And we've got it all covered for you here on Bloomberg TV and radio.
I was a little shocked by how directly you called out Apple and their closed approach. Can you kind of expand on that and where Apple has been a blocker for Meta and potentially others?
Yeah. I mean, my point in there is it's a little more philosophical on how it's affected my own kind of approach towards things and psychologically sort of affected how I think about building stuff. I actually don't know how they're going to approach AI. They do some open development, they do some closed development. By the way, I think it's worth noting, I don't actually consider myself to be an open source zealot. I just think that in this case, I think that open models are going to be the standard, and I think that that's going to be good for the world. But we do open development, we do closed development, so I get it, right? And I'm not saying that Apple's necessarily going to be on the wrong place on this for AI. But if you look back over the last 10 or 15 years, it has been a formative experience for us, is building our services on top of platforms that are controlled by our competitors. And for a number of different incentives, they absolutely, from my perspective, apply different rules to kind of limit what we can do. And yeah, they have all these taxes, and at some point we did we've done some analysis that we think we'd be way more profitable if it weren't for some of these arbitrary rules, and I think a lot of other businesses would be too. But honestly, the money part, I think it's annoying, but for me, it's not the biggest thing. It's I think it's a little bit soul crushing when you go build features that are what you believe is good for your community, and then you're told that you can't ship them because some company wants to put you in a box so that they can better compete with you. And my concern for AI at this point isn't actually Apple, it's more the other companies and how that would evolve. And I think to some degree, it's not even that, I'm not even saying that they're like bad people. I think that there's just a physics and incentive structure to the system where, if you build a closed system, then eventually there are all these forces on you that sort of kind of push you to kind of clamp down on things. And I think that it will be a healthier ecosystem if it's developed more like the web, but more capable. And I think that, because of how mobile developed, where the closed model won, right? And it's like Apple, I think, has really reaped most of the benefits in terms of, there might be more Android phones out there, but like Apple gets like almost all the profits from mobile phones. I think there's a bit of recency bias because these are long cycles, right? I mean, the iPhone, I think it came out in 2007, right? So
on Bloomberg Originals. It is Bloomberg Business Week. I'm Tim Stenbeck. Carol Masser is out today. I'm joined by Bloomberg News cross-asset reporter Emily Grafeo, who's here in studio. Emily, a good day cross-asset for you because we got bonds moving, we got stocks kind of struggling for direction. What's on your radar?
Yeah, well, I'm looking kind of at everything, the technology stocks as well. NASDAQ 100 outperforming the broader market right now. We'll see if that holds into the rest of the day, Tim.
All right, we're going to have more on the trade and markets in just a minute with Charlie Pellet. But we are T-minus 2 weeks out from Election Day. Early voting underway in 49 states. We're going to be speaking in just a few minutes with Bloomberg Businessweek columnist and best-selling author Josh Green. He's got the Democrats' new supervillain, a name very familiar to our audience.
Also, she's responsible for banking supervision, consumer protection, and fintech out of Milan, Italy. The deputy governor of the Bank of Italy will be here in studio with us. And we talk industrial AI with the president and CEO of the publicly traded global infrastructure software company, Aspen Technology.
All that and more over the next hour right here on a Bloomberg Business Week. First up, though, a check of the day's trade and top business stories. Here's Charlie Pellet.
Thank you very much, Tim and Emily. Indeed, just as you guys come on the air, stocks turning around with the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ 100 index all solidly in the green. S&P higher by 4 right now. Yes, just about the best level of the day. Have been down roughly 33. You run the HCPI function on the Bloomberg. Right now we have got S&P 500 index up 4, a gain there of just about 1/10%. The Dow up 82, up by about 0.2%. NASDAQ up 58, gain there of 0.3%. 10-year at 4.19%. The 2-year 4.02%. Spot gold surging 1%, looking at a record 27.46 on the precious metal, while West Texas Intermediate crude surging 2.2%. 72.11 for a barrel of WTI. GM shares up 9.5% after signaling solid demand for its highest margin vehicles. Even as the broader market softens, GM shares up again 9.5%. Ford is up by 1.5%. Stellantis, parent of Jeep and Chrysler, up 0.9%. Tesla, among other automakers, down by 0.6%. So again, recapping, stocks higher, the Dow, the S&P, NASDAQ all moving into the green. S&P right now up by about 4 points. For on-demand news, 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hey, Charlie, thanks so much for that update. As I mentioned, we're just a couple of weeks away exactly from elections here in the United States. So we're going to be spending quite a bit of time, at least in our first block, talking politics. Speaking of that, we are learning now that former President Donald Trump is expected to record an interview with Joe Rogan at his studio in Austin, Texas. This is coming from Politico, citing a person familiar with the plans. Kamala Harris has also been in talks to go on Rogan's podcast, according to Politico. Well, he's a billionaire. He tweets whatever comes to his mind. He's been, quote, trashing Kamala nonstop. Those are his words. And now finds himself Democrats' new supervillain. No, we're not talking about Donald Trump. We're talking about Tesla CEO and the world's wealthiest person, Elon Musk. The latest federal filings show that Musk has poured at least $75 million into his America Political Action Committee, making him one of the top donors overall this cycle. Trump, for his part, has heartily reciprocated Musk's embrace. Here's Trump speaking about Musk in recent weeks.
And Elon, because he's not very busy, has agreed to head that task force. Be interesting. If he has the time, it'll be a good one to do it.
Elon will always come through. We know that. And by the way, you know, Elon Musk is a great friend of mine. He gave me a tremendous endorsement. He's right now campaigning in Pennsylvania because he thinks we have to win. Our trade policies will make it very, very rich. That's why a guy like Elon Musk is supporting me, because he knows what's going to happen.
Well, there you have Donald Trump in recent days and in recent weeks speaking about Elon Musk. We've got with us Josh Green. He's Bloomberg Businessweek national correspondent. He's also the author of the #1 New York Times bestseller, Devil's Bargain, Steve Bannon, Donald Trump, and the storming of the presidency. And more recently, the rebels, Elizabeth Warren, Bernie Sanders, AOC, and the rise of the new left. He joins us from Washington, D.C. Josh, welcome. You write that Elon Musk is now a central target for opposition to Trump. When we think about this, on its surface, I mean, this is a guy who voted for Barack Obama. He waited in line. He talks about this to meet Barack Obama. He created a company that I think it's, well, some say argue whether he created it or not, but he helmed the company that really changed the way the world thinks about EVs, so, you know, environmentally friendly. How do you explain his evolution to a Trump supporter, to a Trump lover?
Well, I don't know if I can explain his evolution, but in terms of politics, he has become so fiercely identified with MAGA and with Donald Trump. The Democrats and liberal groups have stood up and taken notice, and he's such a polarizing figure and so emblematic, I think, of the kind of rich, dark money billionaires that liberals like to demonize in their political ads, that Elon has been popping up in more and more ads across the country, whether it's from Kamala Harris's campaign or congressional candidates or unions or liberal super PACs. More and more of them are featuring Elon in their political ads. A lot of them are even featuring the same footage of him in a tuxedo. So as I write in the piece, he's kind of eclipsed the Koch brothers as the leading villain among Democratic ad makers, and it's clear that it's resonating with liberal voters.
Without giving the full piece away, because of course we want everyone to go read Bloomberg Business Week, you know, what are some of those tactics that the Democratic Party is using when they are painting Elon Musk as the super villain here? What are they really touching on?
Well, there are two themes that Democratic ad makers really key in on, and Elon happens to encompass both of them. You know, the first is Democrats obviously for decades have been going after what they would call, you know, greedy corporate billionaires. Elon Musk is the world's richest man, certainly fits that billing. The other thing that I think has become more popular among liberal ad makers in the time of Trump is raising fears of kind of right-wing media manipulation. And of course, Musk, with his ownership of Twitter, also fills that bucket. So in a lot of ways, he's kind of emerged as this cycle's perfect Democratic villain, and the fact that he arouses such intense emotions in liberals, causing them either to click and give money or to volunteer for Democratic campaigns, I think just shows that he's really an important new player in politics this cycle in a way that most people, I don't think, would have anticipated even a year or two ago.
Yeah, that's. I think that's certainly fair to say. Josh, you mentioned that it's resonating with Democratic donors, with the electorate. What do we know about polling and the way that Democrats versus Republicans feel about Elon Musk?
Well, perhaps not surprisingly, Elon Musk is very, very unpopular with Democrats and especially younger liberal Democrats. And we know this because the Bloomberg News Morning Consult swing state poll actually went last month and asked people about their favorable and unfavorable ratings on Elon Musk, the same way they would with a politician like Trump or Harris. And sure enough, Elon is becoming viewed in much the same way that a partisan politician would, where Republicans, their views of him have improved. A lot of them like what they hear from him, whereas Democrats, who were once very positive about Musk because of his association with Tesla and electric cars and environmentalism, now have turned on him very sharply, and he's deeply underwater. I think something to the extent of 17% are favorable and something like 79 or 80% unfavorable. So he's every bit as unpopular, or almost as unpopular with Democrats as is Donald Trump.
And what do we know so far about how effective it is for the Republican Party to be using Elon Musk in a positive light as opposed to the Democratic Party kind of using him in negative campaign advertisements?
Well, it's a great question. I mean, we do have some indications that Elon is effective. Donald Trump's campaign sends out literally daily emails offering to sell the Elon Musk dark MAGA hat, the black Make America Great hat that Musk wore at his rally with Trump in Butler, Pennsylvania a couple weeks ago. I get a barrage of emails from the Trump campaign touting his association with Elon or Elon's offer to match funding. And so the Trump campaign seems to feel that he's a very effective fundraiser because they keep pumping out these emails. So, you know, as one of my Democratic sources told me in the piece, you know, Elon is basically a walking content factory. You can't look away from him. So I think the story here really is that whether you're a Republican campaign or a Democratic campaign, Elon Musk has become such a central figure that it's advantageous to put him in political ads, whether that's touting his association with Donald Trump or attacking his association with Donald Trump. It can raise money either way.
Josh, I think what's notable about this is, you know, your story comes out on the same day that the New York Times writes about how somebody like Jamie Dimon over at JP Morgan is supporting Kamala Harris, but is reticent to come out and even say so for fear of alienating people who work for him, for fear of alienating customers and the like. Elon Musk doesn't show any of that fear. And he runs or is at the helm of several companies. And you don't often see people in positions in business take a stand such as Elon Musk is doing. And I wonder what your view is on that and what's unique about this case and unique about Elon Musk. The Koch brothers certainly had the money and they were donating the money, but they weren't out there jumping around on stage at rallies.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, look, the kind of old-style Democratic villain were these reclusive fossil fuel billionaires like the Koch brothers who didn't want to be in the media, didn't want to be featured. And, you know, now we have this new style villain in Elon Musk who seems as eager to be out there and in front of the cameras and being the center of attention as anybody. And that's made the Democrats' job really easy for them. As to why Musk has decided to identify himself so strongly with the MAGA movement and Donald Trump, I really can't say. I mean, I know anecdotally, and you can see it in the polling numbers that we have, that liberal Tesla owners are very upset about this. Democrats don't like him. Presumably, this is going to have some effect on the margins of his companies, but he has decided for whatever reason, maybe because he has so much money, maybe because he's such a true believer in Trump and what he stands for, that he doesn't care and he's going to go out and do this anyway. And I think that's one reason why Musk has unexpectedly emerged as one of the most fascinating figures on my beat of presidential politics. He's a new character, he's out there, and he's demanding that the spotlight be on him. And I think as a result, it is on him, and we're seeing all the different influences and effects that he can have on a presidential race.
And of course, one of those influences is the money involved. Tim had mentioned this,
yes,
but the latest federal filings show that Musk has poured at least $75 million into the PAC that supports Donald Trump. How does that stack up with other donors and then other campaigns that we know Musk has been involved in?
Well, it immediately makes him one of the single largest donors in American politics. You know, it's remarkable. Before this cycle, he wasn't known as a major donor. And in fact, he was kind of reputed among people in D.C. in my world to be kind of a cheapskate who talked a lot but didn't write a lot of checks. Well, now he's decided that he wants to be one of the biggest donors in American politics. And I think you can see the effect that that's had. Just in the opening segment you guys showed of all the clips of Trump mentioning Elon Musk, he brings him up again and again in public and in private. And so if if Trump is elected 2 weeks from now, I think that Musk stands to be a very important figure in the Trump administration, and that he'll essentially have bought himself a level of influence that most people, even very, very rich people, are reluctant to do, to try and come out publicly and declare their association, give this much money. Elon is really plowing new ground here, and it'll be interesting to see what kind of effect that has if Trump makes it back into the White House.
Yeah, I do wonder what he would want to see when it comes to his own influence or what he would want to do. Which brings me to my next question about unions, Josh, because they play a central role in your story. And Elon Musk has had a contentious relationship with unions, given that Tesla is not a union shop and other U.S. automakers are. Talk a little bit about that and what we've heard from unions when it comes to Elon Musk.
Yeah, well, you know, I started noticing a few weeks ago Elon kind of popping up in these political ads, and I remember thinking to myself, like, this is not something we would have seen before this cycle. So I wound up doing a very deep dive looking at the Elon Musk political ads, and some of the earliest ones that ran were by unions. The Service Employees International Union was one of the first. They had run ads around Elon even before his MAGA and Trump associations, because he was sort of the personification of what they would consider the greedy corporate union-busting boss. He was in a big fight with Swedish unions at a time, and I think that really kind of gained momentum. You know, I found other ads from Teamsters against Trump and all sorts of local unions using Musk to kind of highlight this idea that greedy bosses are screwing union workers, and Elon Musk sort of stands for everything we're fighting against. I talked to one union president for the piece who says Musk is the personification of everything that our polling tells us middle-class, ordinary workers don't like. And so it's very easy for us to feature him in our political ads because he tells the story that we're trying to tell.
Hey, Josh, speaking of stories, you wrote the book on Steve Bannon, and we'd be remiss if we didn't ask you about Steve Bannon and his influence or lack thereof on the election this time around, given that he's been serving a 120-day sentence in federal prison. He's set to be released from that next week. What are your thoughts on how Steve Bannon's influence, who had such a big one in 2016, has loomed over this cycle?
You know, it's a great question. I think if you look at how outrageous some of the Trump claims have been, some of the events, the kind of lack of inhibitions that we see in Trump's campaign vis-a-vis what we would see from an ordinary Republican candidate, I think a lot of that goes back to Bannon and the style of politics that he pioneered. From what I understand, he's getting released from prison in a week, so he will be here for the final week of the campaign. And, who knows? Wouldn't surprise me at all to see him out at a Trump campaign rally on stage with Donald Trump, leading on the crown in the days before the election. But we'll have to wait and see.
We also just got news that Donald Trump is expected to record an interview with Joe Rogan at his studio in Austin, Texas. That's according to Politico. What do you make of that? I mean, how effective is going on a podcast as big as Joe Rogan's? And the Politico report also said that Kamala Harris is also in talks to go on that podcast as well.
Yeah, look, I mean, I think it's smart for both candidates from the standpoint that young men in particular tend to be low propensity but Trump-friendly voters. So Trump going on Joe Rogan makes a lot of sense to kind of reach these young men and try and motivate them to get up off the couch and show up at the polls on November 5th. For Harris, I think the story is very much the same, is that the reason she would go on that show would be to try and make a last bid to these young men not to go support Donald Trump, but maybe to find a reason to support her, or at the very least, not be so outraged and provoked by her that they decide to go vote for Donald Trump. I think for a lot of Harris people, they would be fine having Joe Rogan's listeners just stay at home. But basically, they want to fight Trump to a draw when it comes to winning the hearts and minds of young men. So it looks like now that Joe Rogan's podcast is kind of going to be the arena for that battle to be fought, 10, 15 days before voters go to the polls.
Josh, last question. I'm not going to ask you to make a prediction here, but given your reporting and what you've heard from your visits around the country as you report out your stories, is the election indeed as close as the polls are telling us?
Yeah, I mean, I've been privy to a lot of private polling from Democrats, Democratic groups, and some Republicans over the last couple of weeks. And everyone that I've seen shows the race to be absolutely as close as the public polls that we're seeing. So my assumption is that those polls are largely accurate and that we may not know for a day or even several days who the winner of the election actually is.
All right, Josh Green, hopefully we get him one more time before polls close 2 weeks from tonight. Josh, really appreciate you taking the time. Josh Green is Bloomberg Businessweek national correspondent. He's the author of the #1 New York Times bestseller, Devil's Bargain, Steve Bannon, Donald Trump, and the Storming of the Presidency. Also The Rebels, Elizabeth Warren, Bernie Sanders, AOC, and the Rise of the New Left. And if you never want to miss a Bloomberg Businessweek story, including columns from Josh Green, become a subscriber today. You'll unlock deep reporting and analysis from reporters around the world, including unlimited access to Business Week. Check out our offers right now at Bloomberg.com/subscribe now. Coming up next, Deputy Governor of the Bank of Italy.
It's 2:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We have got U.S. stocks trading a little change right now. The S&P 500 index up, barely up by half a point right now, right to the numbers, with the Dow up 64, up 0.1%, NASDAQ up 39. That is a gain right now of just about 0.2%. Stocks are struggling for direction as traders weigh prospects of a slower pace of Federal Reserve rate cuts. Treasury 10-year yields hovered right near 4.20%. We've got the 2-year right now, 4.02%. Spot gold rallying 1%, up 26.76 the ounce to 27.46. West Texas Intermediate crude up 2.3%. WTI 72.18 a barrel. Brent, the global benchmark, just at 76 even right now, up by about 2.3%. Lots of earnings. 3M increasing the low end of its 2024 profit forecast. 3M shares, though, trading lower by 1%. Also reporting this morning, Lockheed Martin, the defense contractor, down by 6.5%. Also tumbling after earnings, General Electric, its sales fell short of Wall Street expectations. GE down by 8.6%. Recapping stocks, little changed with the S&P up by half a point. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hey, thanks so much for that update, Charlie. Do appreciate it. Well, last week, the European Central Bank lowered interest rates for the third time this year. A hastier retreat in inflation allows it to offer support to the region's stuttering economy. The key deposit rate cut by a quarter point to 3.25%. That was in line with analyst estimates. Someone who's got her hand on the pulse of the rate environment and the economy of the Eurozone and Italy is Alessandra Perazzelli. She's deputy governor of the Bank of Italy. It's the Italian central bank. She's here in the Bloomberg Business Week studio, and she's here in New York to participate in the Bloomberg Global Regulatory Forum. Her panel coming up a little bit later. Welcome. Good to have you with us.
Thank you for having me.
Well, we know that you do not set interest rates, but give us perspective on the rate environment. Did the ECB make the right move last week?
Well, this was expected and follows like a very long period of unprecedented, very restrictive monetary policy that has taken us in 2022 and 2023 to a unprecedented situation since the euro was introduced. So it's kind of too soon to understand how this is going to play both for the banks and for the system as a whole, for the stability of the system as a whole. What I can say is that this was expected, and we will see how it goes forward in the coming months. It's clearly a situation that has been quite interesting for supervisors like myself. We have been seeing banks making unprecedented, profitability in the last years. They were rocket high, something that has, of course, created a number of impacts on the market and has, given us supervisors a little bit of a red flag on everything like credit risk and liquidity risks. And these are the issues that right now are under the limelight of the ECB, the SSM arm, which is the supervisory arm of the ECB, and of course also Bank of Italy that participates to the Eurozone and in the SSM.
So we know that Spain, Portugal, and Greece are among the countries helping to keep the Eurozone out of a recession. How would you describe the economy in Italy right now?
Well, right now, what we've seen is, the economy is being growing, in the last year. Predictions are also bringing the economy up, steadily, I would say, for the next quarters. The banking system in Italy has been strong and able to support the economy, and this is due to the work that has been done, in the last years together with the SSM. So we are looking at with some positive expectations as to the next quarter. So I would say that between Spain, Portugal, and Italy, we are, pretty much going the same direction.
What about when it comes to immigration in Italy? This is a huge topic here in the U.S. ahead of the presidential election. Our own Bloomberg News team reporting just today that Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni's government is pushing through new legislation to salvage its controversial plan to curb undocumented migration after a court blocked a project to divert asylum seekers to Albania. How do you look at the role of documented migrants and undocumented migrants in the Italian economy?
Well, this is a very difficult issue that's difficult in Italy, given also the fact that we have, borders that can be easily sort of, penetrated. And this has been an issue that has been brought by a number of our governments at European level. I think that we are in the process of understanding this issue of, catering for external aid in order to take care of undocumented immigrants is, has been very much wanted by the government. I know that right now there are some, issues that also concern the judiciary vis-a-vis that decision. We will see how it goes. For sure, this is something that Europe needs to tackle together. I mean, there isn't something that every single country can take care of. It's a European issue as much as an American issue.
It's interesting. That's my question, because here in the U.S., I think it's fair to say, and a lot of economists would agree, there are jobs that Americans who are born in America typically will not do in the United States, jobs that traditionally go to migrants and migrant labor. Do those jobs exist in Italy?
More and more, I would say, yes. I think that Italians are not, taking those jobs that were traditionally there for maybe, lower income classes and lower income people. It's slowly becoming the same as it is here, maybe not with the rhythm and with the growth, that you've seen and experienced in the United States.
I want to pivot to financial regulation, because Bloomberg News' Laura Noonan had written earlier in October that Germany, France, and Italy had urged the EU to show restraint in financial rulemaking and instead focus on boosting the competitiveness of the banking sector. That was the Treasury, and so we're wondering if the Bank of Italy kind of shares that stance when it comes to balancing competition and regulation.
Well, I think that if we look at the last couple of years and what happened in Switzerland and what happened with the U.S. regional banks, we clearly see that there has to be a balance between regulation and competition, but regulation is, we believe, the most important tool together with supervision in order to keep, financial stability in the Euro system. And, I think that we proved that the full implementation of Basel III has given it to supervisors a harmonized set of schemes of, reporting that has been extremely helpful in the years that followed the crisis of 2007, 2008. Today, if you look at the European banking market, you see that, the banks are very stable and able to support the economy, and that's exactly the job they should do.
I want to talk a little bit about innovation and fintech in particular, because here in the United States, you have regulators trying to figure out the role that fintech should play when it comes compared to big banks, for example. What do you think the priorities for the next commission should be when it comes to the future of finance, when it comes to fintech companies that I speak of?
Well, in Europe, we would definitely have to complete the capital market union. That is very, very instrumental to, innovation, because it creates all the, the financial tools to finance innovation. What we see happening in Italy right now, that the competition is shifting. It's not among banks anymore, but it's also between banks and those tech companies that come from other sides of other industries.
The same here in the U.S.
It's the same as in the U.S., and there's a lot also coming from the payment system industry. So if we look at the number of licenses that we've been granting in the last few years, out of, like, say, 87, 2 were for banks and 85 for other type of financial institutions. So the thing is really, how do banks cope with legacy when it comes to the IT, with IT legacy, and how also they are entering more and more into contracts with third parties providers that come from like tech industry, and they're becoming extremely relevant also for the kind of concentration, in the European market.
But do you think your colleagues and do you think regulators in Italy are doing the right thing when it comes to embracing this technology?
I think so. We have had a lot of changes, within our own institution in order to cope with this, and created a way to talk to the market and understanding of what kind of regulation is needed. The European Commission has issued a number of vertical and horizontal regulations that are extremely interesting, and we are now implementing those and trying to organize sort of innovation in a way which does not create instability at the market, but at the same time, we don't want to stifle it. We want newcomers, we want innovation, we want to create new industry.
And we're talking about fintech, and an issue that comes up a lot is cybersecurity. And I'm wondering how the ECB plays a role in protecting both consumers and corporations, including banks, from this emerging threat.
Well, there are now a couple of pieces of legislation that have been put together in the EU that look explicitly after a security of infrastructure, and that is, of course, an issue that concerns banks, but concerns also utilities and other important networks of the country. The one thing that it's very important, the kind of risk that we're looking at, is how interconnected the platforms are becoming, and how this role of third-party providers is increasingly important when it comes to create new ability for companies, for banks to provide these services. So I think this is main top issue on the EU legislator agenda and on ours.
We have a story by our team here at Bloomberg News about central bankers losing sleep over Europe's souring economies, have another worry looming large. How much more damage Donald Trump could cause if he returns to the White House? We're 2 weeks away from the election here in the U.S. How are you watching it?
Well, we're concerned like everybody else. And I think that, one of the issues for us regulators is that, deregulation, you will see what happened with the U.S. regional banks. There are huge banks compared to European size, and, the lack of application of Basel III, the sort of like the light touch supervision, I think it's something that worries the international markets. You don't need to be a non-internationally active bank in order to create a wave that touches then other countries and other industries.
So your concern is mostly about regulation when it comes to smaller banks?
I would say so. Yes, definitely. That is an area that has been clearly, something that has created concern in last year when, Silicon Valley Bank and the other regional banks that didn't hit the press too much, but we knew about it. And this is, of course, something that we don't know whether there can be a contagion, and how that's going to work also going towards Europe.
Alessandra Perizzelli, Deputy Governor of the Bank of Italy, the Italian central bank, joining us here in the Bloomberg Business Week studio. Coming up next on Bloomberg Business Week, we're going to talk industrial AI, what exactly it is, with the president and CEO of the publicly traded software firm Aspen Tech. That's next on Bloomberg Business Week.
It's 2:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We've got stocks struggling for direction here. S&P 500 index does remain lower. Little change, down by about 1 point right now, but the Dow pushing higher, up another 34 points today, up by about 0.1%. And NASDAQ up now by 37, up by about 0.2%. To be sure, stocks overcoming earlier losses, but the S&P lower. Little change right now by about 0.5 point. 10-year 4.19% with a 2-year at 4.02%. Gold up $25 the ounce, spot at 27.44. That is a gain of 0.9%. Again, spot gold 27.44 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude oil up 2.2%, 72.09 a barrel. Lots of earnings today. Telecommunications companies among them. Verizon reporting third quarter revenue that missed analyst expectations. Verizon down 4.4%. Also reporting tomorrow will be T-Mobile US. T-Mobile shares down 1.3%, and we'll be hearing from AT&T tomorrow. That stock down now by 0.8%. So again, recapping here, we're looking at a mixed market. S&P down now by 1 point, little change. For on-demand news, 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hey, thanks so much for that update, Charlie Pellet. Well, our next guest has a great view of what's happening in the global technology, or global economy space, I should say. Aspen Technology has more than 3,000 customers, including some of the biggest players when it comes to oil and gas, chemicals, power, utilities, metals and mining, and more. Think ExxonMobil, Shell, Saudi Aramco, some of its customers. Antonio Pietri is president and CEO of Aspen Technology. He joins us here in the Bloomberg Business Week studio. Antonio, welcome.
Thank you.
Back in August, you told our colleagues here at Bloomberg News that the economy is at, quote, the edge of a significant slowdown. Everyone is being a bit more cautious. Has your view changed at all?
No, I think, in our opinion, what our customers are dealing with and what we deal with in our own business is uncertainty. And what happens with uncertainty, people are more cautious on their spending and decision making about their businesses. We've seen that certainly in the chemical space. We experienced a little bit of that on the oil refining side, but overall we saw very good demand in our Q4 quarter, June. We still have to talk about our earnings coming up in a couple of weeks, so I won't elaborate on Q1 or the September quarter. But overall, look, we continue to be pretty resilient across what I think it's and we believe is an uncertain economic environment.
Why is it uncertain? Where's the uncertainty coming from?
Well, I think it's been a combination of interest rates, geopolitics, China demand or not. Certainly, I think the U.S. election plays a role with some of our customers. So it's a combination of factors that create hesitation in the context of uncertainty.
So do you anticipate that after the election, your customers will be able to be more certain about maybe CapEx decisions, stuff that really affects you?
Look, I think it starts with interest rates and the fact
more
that
so than
the
US
Fed
election.
Lower interest rates, I think, creates a more positive setup for calendar 25. No doubt that the U.S. election, assuming the outcome is known, come around next calendar year, will also clear some of the clouds, and we believe that calendar 25 should be a better year. Our chemical customers are expecting that as well. So all in all, we feel good about what's coming up in calendar 25.
Okay, so your customers, ExxonMobil, Shell, Saudi Aramco are among some of them. What is industrial AI? Are they using industrial AI? How is that different than just normal AI?
That's right. No, great question. Well, look, our customers operate very complex and really dangerous to operate assets, refineries, chemical plants, utilities, the grid, mines, and therefore they're very careful with what technology gets introduced into operating environments. Our industrial software really addresses operating environments. So When it comes to artificial intelligence, the question for that they have is, how does it come up with an answer? We started this journey ourselves 20 years ago, but in the last 10, 15 years, working with other companies, what we really came to understand is that in order to deliver artificial intelligence safely into these very complex assets, we had to provide sort of guardrails, the rules of the road for artificial intelligence, and that is done by our core technology that uses first principles of engineering, physics, chemistry, math, and that is what then provides the guardrails for AI. So the way we use artificial intelligence is we enhance our products with these capabilities, which at the same time create a safer deployment environment for for artificial intelligence, and this is what we call industrial AI. So a combination of AI algorithms or large language models, domain expertise, and first principles of engineering, and we've named that industrial artificial intelligence.
How long, we've been talking about AI a couple of years at this point. I think probably the business press in general was a little later to the bandwagon than people who've been using this technology for many, many years, and I think it's fair to say that the technology has been used for years. When did you start using industrial AI?
Look, we started really working on products in the mid-90s with neural networks. Those products never really came to fruition. Computing power, really the adoption of the technology. We went into sort of the winter AI in the late 90s, but really coming out in the 2000s, 2010, we started to introduce capabilities in our products that our customers have adopted significantly. And like with every technology in this industry is a long ramp to adopt.
What's the hardware that you have to rely on for your AI?
The hardware?
Yeah, are you outsourcing, are you buying server space from folks? Do you have to actually buy any of the technology yourself? Do you have to get in line behind Tesla and XAI and Meta platforms to get yourself a Blackwell chip from NVIDIA?
No, look, ultimately these companies have their own sourcing departments, and they're very big companies, so they have access to the supply chain.
Are you talking about your customers?
Our customers,
okay.
Yeah, our customers. But we have multiple delivery methods for our software. It could be cloud, it could be on-prem. A lot of it is on-prem. Look, ideally, we love to, and we do leverage NVIDIA edge servers for higher computing power, because ultimately what the cloud does is compute power, okay? Yeah. Okay, you can do SaaS and all of that, but our customers are just interested in compute power. Instead of doing 6 or 7 scenarios for a refinery plant, they want to do 1,000, because that means greater economic benefit, and that's about compute power. But at the same time, we've adopted our software so that it can be deployed on the cloud, and it is our customers, the ones that are procuring those servers, procuring cloud services, and then we deliver our software on those methods.
I'm so curious, like, what do you see as the next step here for your customers? I write a lot about the tech space, and so the next step there was, okay, well, the tech companies have purchased so much of this AI, now they have a show me story of can they actually use it? What is that narrative when it comes to companies like ExxonMobil and oil and gas companies?
Yeah, look, and that's a great question. If one thing that I started to notice 3-4 years ago in talking to our customers was because ultimately, if you're going to use AI, you have to have access to data, and they've aggregated all their data on the cloud. The issue is that data is not cleansed, is not structured, is not correlated, and they cannot act on the data. So what we've seen in the last 2-3 years is a greater narrative from our customers around data and their frustration with not having the ability to leverage that data. So we acquired a company a couple of years ago, a German company called Imation, that created industrial data fabric that they co-developed with BASF, the German chemical company, where they not only aggregate data, but they correlate the data, they cleanse it, they structure it, and then therefore you can act on that data. And this is where we see our customers are. Yes, they have some AI applications, but the fact is that the heavy lift on AI is data, and making sure that the data is of good quality, because as we know, garbage in, garbage out. Yeah. And so we've been focused on that.
Antonio, thanks for joining us on Bloomberg Business Week. Antonio Pietri, President and CEO over at Aspen Technology. Coming up next, taking a look at shares of Abercrombie & Fitch, down about 2% right now. We're going to do a deep dive into the sex trafficking charges against the ex-Abercrombie CEO, Mike Jeffries. That's up next on Bloomberg Business Week.
You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Messer and Tim Stenivek on Bloomberg Radio and Television.
It is Bloomberg Business Week. I'm Tim Stenivek. That's Emily Graffeo in for Carol Masser today. If you never want to miss a Bloomberg Business Week story, become a subscriber today. You'll unlock deep reporting and analysis from reporters around the world, including unlimited access to Business Week. You can check out our offers right now at Bloomberg.com/subscribe now. Well, I'm taking a look right now at shares of Abercrombie & Fitch. They're down about 2.2%. Early this morning, news broke that former Abercrombie & Fitch CEO Mike Jeffries was charged with 3 defendants charged in a case that remains under seal. The people spoke on condition of anonymity because the charges haven't yet been made public. All 3 were arrested, one of the people said. Julia Fenzeres is Bloomberg News retail reporter. She joins us here in the Bloomberg Business Week studio. Julia, help us understand what's going on. This is somebody, he's 80 years old. He hasn't been at the company since 2014. What happened leading up to this moment?
I think that leading up to this moment was the fact that there had been more investigations, especially regarding Jeffrey Epstein, and once he was indicted and charged, that had now trickled down to all of his collaborators, and there was Les Wexner, and now there is, Mike Jeffries. And I think that's where this news has been circulating for a little bit, that they had been looking into him, and so this has really been on people's minds, but the fact that there is a charge, there is an indictment, is very big news.
So what do we know so far about the details? What has the reporting showed about what the charges actually mean?
I think it's important to look back on Mike Jeffries' history, specifically because when he was running Abercrombie, he made the whole company, the vision was sexy. He was very micromanaging to make sure that every single employee that was at the stores in malls, he had to go through pictures of them to see if they were hot enough. So that's the type of landscape that he was fostering at the stores. And so what they're alleging is that when these models wanted to get jobs, they would go to Jeffrey's house and they would have to, engage in sexual acts. And so in order to get those jobs. And so that's what the allegations state. And if you look back at the White Hot Netflix documentary, they also went through similar things and asking these former Abercrombie & Fitch models what it was like to work under the Jeffries reign, where he was micromanaging and asking so much of these people.
From the business side, these charges, notwithstanding, completely separate, that are coming to light now and have come out over the last few years, he really built the brand of Abercrombie & Fitch in the early 90s from something that was pretty much non-existent, or like a quote-unquote dead brand, to something that was just massive. What did he do?
Absolutely. He took a brand that, as you said, was dead. And under Les Wexner, he was able to transform, to scandalize, to make it sexy. He was selling sexy, and every single person in the US was buying into it, or a lot of teenagers were buying into it. And that worked for a really long time. And it's actually very surprising that now, separating from Mike Jeffries, Abercrombie has had this complete revival that is almost unlike what it was built on.
What's the Wexner Jeffries connection at this point? They're obviously both in retail. Wexner known for Bath and Body Works, Victoria's Secret, but what's the connection to Abercrombie and Jeffries?
Because Abercrombie used to be a company owned by L Brands, and so they spun off later, but Wexner was also helping Jeffries build that brand, and Wexner was known to be like the Merlin of malls, so he was very much helping build out this very big brand.
So there are criminal charges, but there is also a lawsuit filed by former Abercrombie model David Bradbury, or is this the same suit?
This is similar suits, but I would say that also similarly in the past, there have been a lot of lawsuits too that show like the racial discrimination and all of that, but it is a similar suit, yeah.
What do we see as the potential outcome of the arrests? What do we know about a timeline for any sort of trial? What has his lawyer said?
So they're saying no comment, and I think we just need to watch this play out. But there's been so much evidence that has been piling on, and this case has been in the limelight. Even though he was just charged now, these allegations have been in the air for years.
That's what I'm wondering about. Does it take a Netflix documentary? Does it take a BBC investigation? And look, I know this is not something you reported on, but do you think that we'd be talking about this today if you didn't have those reports?
I don't think so, because back when even Jeffries said, oh, our brand is exclusionary, it was only when it was picked up by Twitter in 2006, like 4 years after he said it, did people have this outrage. So it's only when you have these big takeaways, because also the Netflix documentary came out in 2022, but he was gone in 2014.
Right.
So it really brought back the spotlight on the men who are doing these wrong things.
Julia Fenzares, retail reporter over at Bloomberg News. Thanks so much for joining us here on Bloomberg Business Week. As I mentioned, shares of Abercrombie & Fitch down 2.2% here in today's trade. We got a great program coming up on Bloomberg Business Week, on radio, on YouTube, on Bloomberg Originals. If you're sticking with us, we're going to be joined a little bit later by Abigail Doolittle for an update on the trade. We're also going to see an interview with Qualcomm CEO Cristiano Amon a little bit later, and we're going to dive into the latest when it comes to General Motors earnings. That stock on a tear today. Keith Naughton is going to be joining us a little later on that story. Taking a look at the markets right now, the Dow is up just fractionally as we speak. The S&P 500 down less than 0.1%. The NASDAQ, the outperformer, up 0.1%. If you're sticking with us on Bloomberg TV, the close is up next. This is Bloomberg.